Good morning, students. Can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, can hear.
Okay, so last
Yes, sir.
class we were discussing about the relationship between sociology and psychology. And before that, we have discussed the relationship between sociology and economics. Then earlier, we have discussed the relationship between sociology and history. So, last class, we have understood that psychology and sociology are also deeply rooted in the uh, knowledge creation, and it is also deeply rooted into the social sciences, and both of them almost they have the same genesis. Like psychology studies human society, human mind, and a human in particular, and the same emphasis is also given by sociology. So today we will discuss in details about the understanding of both the subjects. Okay, so because of psychology, within sociology, there is a branch of psychology which is known as social psychology. Like we have discussed in earlier classes, like we have found that we have socio-economics, socio-history. So similarly, we have social psychology. So when we talk about social psychology, it is a branch of psychology that deals with understanding the aspects of the society. So different social psychologists like G.H. Mead, then Evering Goffman, then we have uh, Charles Horton Cooley, so Herbert Blummer. So all these people are known as social psychologists, and their broad area is understanding the behaviors and the patterns that human beings derive from social relationships and how they are embedded into the society. So when we talk about social psychology, it is a branch within sociology, and it was the term was coined by a different social psychologists, and mainly people who worked within this social psychology field were G.H. Mead, Herbert Blumer, Irving Goffman, and we have phenomenologist Albert Church, and ethnomethodologist we have Garfinkel. So these people, they are known to work into this social psychology. Now, how psychology becomes important for sociology? So psychology becomes important for sociology because of varied reasons. So human mind, it is not like some other kind of animal's mind. Human mind is something different. We have rational thinking, and our thinking, our patterns, and our behaviors, it differs from everyone. So we as a community, we act differently, and we, when we are alone, we act differently. So every human being in different phase of life, he acts and he works differently, he thinks differently when there are different situations. So every situation has a different meaning and has a different varied understandings, and different people among different mindsets, they derive different meanings from the society differently. So for me, let's say for example, I am using a pen. If I am taught that a pen is used for writing, then by looking a pen, I can directly say that this is a instrument or this is a tool through which we can write. But let's say, for example, we go to some tribes of Africa who doesn't know what a pen is, or let's take for example, we go to a place where people don't know what a pen is. So they might think that pen is an instrument to which we can use as a tool for different work. Let's say, for example, it can be used as a weapon, or it can be used to distinguish some other things. So therefore, a people who knows what a pen is, he has a different type of reality with a people who don't know what pen is. So both realities, when we take into consideration, then we can understand that different people pursue different things differently. So this is why we need psychology, so that we understand people's mind, people's logic for their meaningful explanations. So different people, they might pursue meaning differently. So uh, social psychology has a different scientific principles which started through the emergence and establishments of natural sciences during 19th century. It was because of these natural sciences. So, for example, physics, chemistry, biology. So these natural sciences, they started contributing to the understanding of the the organic and the physical aspects of human behavior and of a human being. Therefore, psychology came into being so that they could understand the relationship between the observed phenomena, like what kind of observation different people are giving to a particular thing and what kind of meaning they are deriving from a particular thing. Therefore, by understanding the causal relationship between various objects or various events, it is possible to predict future events. So that is the main fundamental difference between a human being and some other species. Let's take, for example, a human being and a dog. A dog cannot predict the future, but we human being, because of our scientific understandings, because of our knowledge and rationality, we can predict what will happen tomorrow. Like today, what is the weather here in, let's say, for example, in Tamil Nadu, tomorrow we can predict what the weather will be because we have a scientific machinery to understand weather forecast. But the same thing other species can't do. They can't understand what will happen tomorrow, or the quest to produce knowledge about society, only we human being can do that. No other species can do that. So we have a meaning that through which we can be expressive or through which we can socialize people. So therefore, on the basis of evidence and observations, social psychology came into being because the ideas of early and later sociologists helped to shape the sociological understanding of social psychology. So when I talked about some psychologists, like social psychologists, let's say for example Mead. So G.H. Mead, George Herbert Mead, he is associated with the school called symbolic interaction. So symbolic interactionism was used by Mead to study the effects of social conditions on our sense of self. So other influencers, they contributed in the development of sociological, psychological, sociological social psychology, which include George Simmel, Charles Holton Cooley, and Evelyn Goffman. So we have already discussed this. Now, there is a constant interaction between the individual and the social context. So we interact with each other. So now I am interacting with you guys. So when I will be alone, I will be interacting with myself. Or suppose when you are alone sitting at some place, then you will be talking to yourself or yourself. So that is why human beings are always in constant interaction either with themselves or with the society. So therefore, these interactions with themselves and the interaction with society, it it influences both the type of interactions, and therefore the interface between two phenomena, the nature and cause of human social behaviors, come into being. So social psychology, with its emphasis on the thought of what we are feeling and our behaviors, is largely shaped by what society expects from us and how we pursue society, or how we take the matters of society into consideration. So social psychology is that discipline which explores an in-depth manner of various aspects of social interaction. So therefore, social interactions plays a very big role in the field of social psychology. Now, if we give a sociological and psychological approach, interdisciplinary approach to the emphasis of the social phenomena that happens between us, then we can say that there are certain scope of social psychology. So it is said that the interdisciplinary mandate of sociology and psychology, taking into consideration into academics, it generates certain scopes. And these scopes are, through social psychology, we can understand the impact of one individual that have on others. Like what impact I am giving on you, or what impact you are having on me. So, or I am having on you, it can be understood or it can be studied through social psychology. So similarly, the impact of a group on its individual members can be also studied through social psychology. Then similarly, the impact of individuals on the group in which they participate, and the impact of one group for another group towards another group, can be also studied through social psychology. So therefore, it can be seen that a reciprocal relationship exists between the individual and the social environment. And that is why we can say that social psychology attempts to present an integrated picture of the both sociological and psychological phenomena that exist in the human society. Now, let's say, for example, the prevailing culture, which determines how individual members of society think and feel, can be subject to change. And this change we have seen during various phenomena. Let's say, for example, during COVID-19. So, during COVID-19, different group of people had impact on different group of peoples. So, the individual, it was shaped by the group activities or by the group phenomena. Now, during COVID-19, our normal functioning or our daily functioning of the task has been halted or was being halted, and we were being adaptive to new techniques of social life. So these new techniques of social life, it was it was a level of similarity in the thought process across all individuals towards the society, because there were certain similarity in our human behavior. So we had social distancing everywhere, we had virtual mode of classes everywhere, so we had we had more time spending with our own family members everywhere. So these changes in the society, it brought a change among the individual mindset. Like individual, they started thinking that before COVID-19, they were spending less time in the family, they were giving less time to themselves. So now they have a thought process where all individuals are socialized in a particular way. So now we can understand that through certain instance, the prevailing culture, it determines how individual members of society think and feel. So therefore, through social psychology, we can understand how during a situation that is not normal and it has become a new normal, and how in this new normal people are retrieving themselves into the society, or they are doing daily works or tasks that they did in a different way before COVID-19. So this whole phenomena of change in human mindset, in human behavior, can be only done through social psychology. Now, the central topic of research under the domain of sociological social psychology includes the course analysis that is dealt with the socialization of a human being, the social networks or the group networks that human beings take into consider for generating daily actions. Then there would be group dynamics and stereotyping. Then there would be stigma and social stratification. So all these things, all these abstract concepts of socialization, social networks, group dynamics, stereotyping, and stigma can be understood through social psychology. Now, what is socialization? Socialization is a process through which individuals in a society learn the different aspects of life. So when we are born with zero knowledge. But later, when we grow old, we understand and we know what is called family, what is called life, what is the meaning of house, what is the meaning of home. So in later part of life only we get to know the meaning of all the abstract concepts. So this meaning we know because we are in constant interaction with our elders, with our peer groups, with our friends. So through the peer groups, what information we gather, through our friends, what information we gather, through our family, what information we gather, and we use this information for generating different meanings in different space of life. And the whole process is known as socialization. So it is a process through which we learn about the society. Now, after socialization, there is one more concept that is known as social network. What is social network? Social networks is a group of ties that we maintain with one another for understanding the aspects of society. So everyone is connected with one another, and we use this connection for our daily day-to-day purposes. Let's say, for example, so I want to buy something. I will ask my friends that where would I get this thing in a better price and in a better quality. So we have a network among us through which we gather information. So that network is known as social network. And this social network is based on ties of what individual maintains. And these ties are of two types. One is weak ties and another one is strong ties. Now after social network, we have group dynamics. So different groups, so there would be different group of people, a group of, let's say, for example, BA Sociology first year. So this is a group which maintains because they play cricket, that is a cricket group. Then there would be a group of people who would be joining politics, they would be doing political campaign and all. So that is a different group. So different groups, they have different sets of agendas, they have different sets of goal, they have different sets of motive, they have different sets of criterias. So all these are known as group dynamics. So we belong to multiple groups. So when we are studying, we belong to a group of BA Sociology students, undergrad students. Then when we are playing cricket, then we belong to a group of people who are playing cricket. So there is a different group. So the group where people studies and a group where people plays cricket, they would be having different type of laws, rules, and regulations. So when we are studying, we have to maintain a formal behavior. But when we are playing cricket, it doesn't matter what kind of behavior we do. Just we need to play the game, and we need to know the rule of the game. So there might be, we need one inform. Suppose there would be some uniform for playing the game, but when we are doing classes like this, so we can say that we can say that when we are playing or when we are studying, we can say that it, human minds or human behavior changes. So now when we are having classes, it doesn't matter where we are living, what we are wearing, or at what space we are living. So because we are doing this class in an online mode, but when we are playing cricket, we need to do, or we need to maintain certain type of rules and regulations. So therefore, we can say that when different dynamics of groups comes into being, then people's mindset and people's way of behavior also changes. So these changes can be amplified and studied only through social psychology. Okay, now stereotyping and stigma, all these are also related to human society. So this can be also studied through social psychology. Now, in human life, individual passes through a number of stages, such as the childhood stage, the adolescent stage, the adult stage, and the old stage. And each of these life phases is influenced by different social norms, values, religions, and customs. For instance, let's take for example, when a child is born, so he might have a different effect on the personality and the individual aspects, because when he is born he is more influenced by the family, because he would be staying inside the family until and unless he knows how to walk and he goes to a school. So therefore the family and the family relationships influence individual personality development when a kid is born or during the first stage that is known as childhood. So different social diversity, social psychological traits people need to adopt to understand a multicultural perspective which recognizes the potential importance of class, gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. So, therefore, in our day-to-day daily life, we can understand that this orientation of caste, ethnicity, religion, then stigma. So, all these things are social norms of behavior patterns that people learn through socialization, and this socialization is learned when people come across family, come across secondary types of socialization, there is school, or come across university. So through all these aspects, people learn the dynamics of individual behavior. Now, there are different types of social norms and values. So this becomes a behavioral guide for the human mind or for the human personality. So therefore, we need to understand how the methods of sociology are used in social psychology. Therefore, one theorist which plays a particular role in this aspect is Max Weber. Max Weber, we have discussed in last class, like how he made use of his concept called Verstehen to understand the deeply rooted social processes in human society through subjective understanding. So, social psychology draws many concepts and methods of sociology to study the relationship between human and social environment. So, Verstehen is a concept in sociology given by the social scientist Max Weber. And this concept is used by social psychology to emphasize the influence of culture on human behavior and to understand it in a deep way. The social processes or the cultural activities of the small group from an insider's point of view are understood through Rostehan. Now, what is this insider's point of view? It is the subjective approach or the subjective understanding of human actions. Now, what is subjective understanding? That is through individual conscience how human actions or how human behaviors can be understood. So this approach has led to the development of methods and methodologies where the sociologists they always continue to strive to capture the subjectivity involved in the social processes of cultural norms and societal values. So therefore, the aim of the people are to specifically gain in-depth understanding of the social world which he is observing, but it is seen that there might be some fundamental difference between the qualitative and quantitative understanding of the matters. So therefore, social psychology could be both qualitative and quantitative. So in quantitative domain of social psychology, we use large scale surveys which involves understanding the group mindset of a large number of participants. And there might be experiments also, which includes understanding the aspects of different groups, and we use statistical techniques to understand the or to analyze the data to gather general patterns of human behavior. So therefore, quantitative research method seeks to understand the human behavior using different aspects. So similarly, there are qualitative research domains also in the understanding of social psychology or in the domain of social psychology. So these qualitative research methods includes in-depth interviews, focus group discussions, content analysis, and with this subjective understanding of these qualitative methods, we can understand the different aspects of the human society. So therefore, how social psychology as a method contributes to the understanding of human society becomes important for us. Okay. Now, today we'll discuss in detail about G.H. Smith's understanding of social psychology and how he has contributed in sociology to social psychology. So, from the previous discussions, we have understood that how there are many ways to investigate or to understand the role of what individual has to play in day-to-day daily life and how these roles have impacted society at large. So, therefore, we may focus on immediate understanding of larger social phenomena, for example, the effect of globalization on people's life or how different general understanding have led to specific explanations for human behavior across different disciplines or across societies or across space and time. So now George Herbert Mead he developed the symbolic interactionist perspective in the field of sociology. So his famous book Mind, Self and Society is an important understanding of the socialization process that people takes into consideration from a stage where they are newly born to a stage where they are mature adults. So therefore, symbolic interactionism origins from a concern with language and how this language helps in constructing meanings. So therefore, it focuses on details of interpersonal interaction and how the detail is used to make sense of what they say and they do and they perceive about the society. So therefore, the meanings which we attach to ourselves or other people's are generally and nothing but the objects that are negotiated over time. So therefore, everything what we derive meaningful is something that goes through constant negotiation. So we need to understand this clearly. So therefore, language and symbols are used to give meaning to everything in the world. And therefore, when we understand something by taking those into consideration, this language and symbols, we need to understand that they have been a product of constant negotiation. So therefore, when an individual enters into the presence of other, they can commonly seek information about him by knowing his mindset or to bring into play information about him that are already possessed. So therefore, the interaction could be defined as a reciprocal influence of individuals upon another action when in another's intermediate physical presence. So therefore, according to symbolic interactionism, society is a web of network through which we communicate to understand the structural relationships and organization features of social environments that are generalized expectations of norms that influence behaviors. So therefore, we can say that the ideas that we have are nothing but they are collective and they are imaginary. So I imagine the way I am socialized, and different people in different societies they imagine in the way they are being socialized. So therefore, ideas are collective. So what I am imagining is something which is collective because I have learned that thing to imagine from the people where I gather knowledge through the process of socialization. And therefore, while human beings are not passive respondents to external stimuli of the environment, but rather they are active and creative thinking beings who act and interact within the given environment and make sense of it. So we can understand that social psychology depends on symbolic interactionism approach, which pays attention to the structural relationships, organizational features of social environments, and generalized expectations or norms that influence behavior. Now we can understand that there are different personality traits that comes from society through social structure. So these personality traits are connections between larger social events which controls the conditions and influence the individual. So more specifically, we can say that it means the influence of society is directly considered towards the individuals. So social structure and personality perspective assume that our position in the society is governed or it's dictated by some larger social phenomena to which some degree of what we are expected to think, we feel, and we behave because we take the larger social institutions or we take the larger social structure into consideration. So, therefore, the institutes of economy, institutes of family, market, caste, culture, so all these institutes plays a direct and indirect effect on our social relationships and individual thinking process directly or indirectly. So we need to know this. Is anyone having any doubt till now?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So therefore, we can say that group process plays an important understanding in social psychology where human beings learn about the greater processes or functionings of the society. So therefore, the group is one important component of social life, and both sociology and psychology they together spend a great deal of time and energy to study and understand group behavior. So I have already discussed what a group is, where people gather or collect to a certain motive, and because of that certain motive, groups are born. So therefore, there might be a group of people studying, there might be a group of people playing, there might be a group of people who are doing a certain type of work. So therefore, group changes and group differs from one another. So a group needs a a minimum of two individuals to construct, and human beings spend most of their time with different social groups such as family, friends, co-workers. So Charles Horton Cooley, he gave a theoretical formulation of primary and secondary groups. So primary groups are those groups where individuals have face-to-face contact and face-to-face relationships. For example, family and friends. These are known as primary groups. The secondary groups is large and relatively less intimate, and relatively people are less intimate and they have less intimate relationship between them. So therefore, secondary group can be a cricket team. So therefore, Cooley, according to Cooley, there is a fundamental difference between the kind of interactions that are produced in primary group and in secondary group. and how people behave in primary group and in secondary group. So therefore, this group processes perspective attempts to understand the interaction between positions and individuals across space and time, across social groups. So therefore, status, role, all this becomes an important phenomena for understanding the group behavior. Now, we have came to know that how different type of people they belong in different groups, and to understand the group dynamics, we need to understand social psychology. Okay. So now, how social psychology helps in sociology? It is through certain research methods or through certain research methodology. So we have already discussed earlier how social psychology focuses on the analysis of individual behavior in relation to the other types of behavior that social environments constrain or it has certain emphases. So these objectives of social psychology could research through certain categorizing of understanding of observation and description, cause and effect relationship. Now, what is observation and description? I have already presented different dynamics of group descriptions. So these group descriptions, they derive or they change through group dynamics, through group intentions and group behaviors. And different groups, they have possible, reliable generalizations that could depend on the motive of different groups. So how do we know what a group is different from some other groups? This is through observation and description. Now, this observation and description can be understood or can be focused through cause and effect relationship. So all studies based on scientific methods seek to understand and affect their cause and relationships to different variables. So therefore, in social psychology, through Mead's understanding of socialization of human behavior of human self, we can know that G.H. Mead he has attempted to understand the analysis of effect of changes in social institutions such as culture, tradition, through understanding the socialization processes and through the transition of human beings from different stages. That is when a child is born, that is known as a play stage, then when he becomes adult, and there is a transition period when he is fully developed into a matured grown person, and where his self develops into a fully developed self. So therefore, cause and effect relationships has an important understanding in social psychology for proposing new theory or for generating new ideas. Now there must be some applicability of these theories, or there must be some applicability of these methods that we have discussed. So the main applicability is to understand the social psychological domain, that is a sub-function of sociology, and how different generalizations and different aspects of human society that can be understood through individual human personality. Okay. So now we need to understand the importance of social psychological analysis. So social psychological analysis can make diagnosis of contemporary situations to explain the influences of individuals on social environment. So therefore, we have already understood the origin and evolution of sociology and psychology, and we have defined how sociology and psychology discusses the nature of respective disciplines, and therefore both the subjects attempt to understand the human mind. So human mind becomes a prior concern for both the subjects, that is sociology and psychology. So therefore, we have discussed how sociology and psychology are dependent on one another. Okay. So now we'll discuss about the relationship between sociology and anthropology. Okay. So we know that sociology is very close to the societal and cultural aspects of human society. So therefore, anthropology is also concerned with the societal and cultural aspects of human society. So therefore, sociology is very close to socio-cultural anthropology. So we can say that the relationship between the two is very bleak, and there is very bleak difference, or there is very minimal differences between both the subjects when we take the domain of social and cultural into consideration. So there are many eminent anthropologists or many famous anthropologists who have opined for close relationship between sociology and anthropology, and particularly sociocultural anthropology. So James Fraser, he was the first anthropologist who defined social anthropology as a branch of sociology that deals with primitive society. So according to anthropology, sociology is a subject that deals with primitive societies or ancient societies, and according to Fraser, sociology should be viewed as most general science of society. That is, it is a science of society that deals with the societal and cultural aspects of human life or human behaviors. So therefore, social anthropology can be a part of sociology, which is based on human society for understanding the primitive society according to anthropology. So therefore, Fraser studied the savage life of the primitive people, and through this he gave his emphasis on placing anthropological emphasis on human history and institutions and how they were being shaped across time and space in different societies. So apart from Fraser, there is another important anthropologist. His name is Redcliffe Brown, and Redcliffe Brown have used or studied anthropology and social anthropology, as in particular, for understanding different societies, and he have compared different societies and used a comparative sociological domain, which he meant that sociology uses some certain methods of natural sciences to study the phenomena of social life of human beings and how in everyday life we include the term culture and civilization. So therefore, Redcliffe Brown was mainly interested in viewing social anthropology for the nomotic approach, that is for understanding the general laws of society, rather than the ideological approach for understanding the scientific laws of society through experimentation and through positivism. So here the dynamics of Redcliffe Brown, it is deeply rooted in the socio-cultural approach, that is something to understand a general law within society. So therefore, apart from Redcliffe Brown, there is also another well-known anthropologist who has worked on social anthropology, and his name is Evans Pritchard. So Evans Pritchard, he considered sociology or social anthropology as a branch of sociological studies which devotes mainly to the primitive understanding of the primitive societies. So therefore, when we talk about sociology, sociology also studies primitive society, but not only primitive society. Sociology highly emphasizes on the modern sociological changes that are being derived in modern societies. So therefore, we have seen that human mind, they play a scientific role for understanding different societal aspects, and anthropology contributes in this dimension by differentiating how the difference between sociology and social anthropology in the broadest aspects can be brought into both the domains of both the subject through a different subject matters. So therefore, the study of social relationships of men to men and the study of social relationships between human beings becomes a concern for both the subjects. Anyone has any doubt till now?
No, sir.
Okay. So, although sociology and social anthropology focuses on study of human beings, but there might be certain differences also. Now, the first and the foremost differences lies in the definition and scope of both the subjects. So, sociology is the study of science of society, whereas anthropology is integrated to the study of human beings, and that concerns human beings into particular, including the physical and socio-cultural aspects. Now, sociology is not only limited to the physical and socio-cultural aspects, but also it studies, or it tries to study the cognitive aspects of human beings and the group dynamics into which human beings incorporate. So therefore, there might be a notable difference between both the subjects, and it can be traced through the historical roots of development of both the subjects. So anthropology is generally considered to have no roots in philosophy, while sociology has. Sociology has emerged from the positive approach of enlightenment of human philosophy, but anthropology can be mainly attributed to the social transformation that is brought through other sciences rather than the indirect influences generating from French Revolution, from Industrial Revolution, from enlightenment, or from the rise of capitalism. So therefore, the word anthropology dates back to the late 16th century. So anthropology is far more, the subject of anthropology came before sociology. So therefore, we can say that sociology is a new subject as compared to anthropology. Okay. So the other distinction between both these subjects is that the methodological approach. So both sociology and anthropology, they use certain different methods and techniques, and therefore sociologists, they largely employ quantitative methods like questionnaires, data, then interviews or interview schedules to collect data. But anthropology, they begin as a field-based science where anthropologists largely use qualitative methods and mostly participant observation and field-based data collection. So Redcliffe Brown, then Evans Pritchard and Malinowski, everyone has used participant observations for gathering data, and these people, these anthropologists, they go in the field and they live with a certain community of people for different months and even up to certain years, and they learn their culture and they learn the insider aspects of human beings, that is emic cultural perspectives. So therefore, over a period of time, the differences are being used in research methods and techniques have changed in both the fields, and where both the fields have relied on different methodologies that are embedded in both the subjects. So now sociology have started doing participant observation, and now anthropology has become more quantitative. So therefore, the methods have been exchanged throughout the disciplines, and therefore the historical developments of human societies have shaped and reshaped the disciplines in certain ways. So therefore, we can say that the differences have helped both the subjects to derive more clear understanding and truth in different aspects of the society. So therefore, we can say that there is a necessity for gathering different sets of understanding of different ceremonial customs, behaviors, social organizations, and group dynamics of different people in the society. And both the subjects, they traditionally and in modern way contribute to one another to gather knowledge about all these aspects. So the difference in the nature of sociology and social anthropology till mid 20th century can be summed up from this statement, in which we can understand that each field of sociology and social anthropology, even including social psychology that we have already discussed, has a different background and uses different methods of investigation. But now, in the modern society, people are mixing up of different traditions and mixing different aspects of methodologies to gather primary knowledge, and which denotes a greater measure of methodological understanding, and which denotes newer methodological emphasis and which have become more analytical and societal, and which have become more confident for the study of different aspects of the society. So therefore, the anthropologist concentrates chiefly on societies that are primitive, but now they have started to consider themselves into the more modern societies. So the relationship between sociology and anthropology has not been same in different countries and in different contexts. So both the subjects are being regarded as a different subjects in different variations. So in United Kingdom, the objective conditions to which the distinction between sociology and social anthropology it was started, it corresponds between different society and culture in the metropolitan rather than the metropolitan countries that are present in United States. So in United States, there might not be any distinction between individual life and social life and in tribal reservation. But in some African countries, there might be certain difference between different tribal people. So those differences we can't see in other countries as well. So therefore, there might be different pursuit of knowledge for both the subjects, and it may vary from society to society. Okay. So in Indian sociological domain, social anthropology was used by different sociologists for understanding the human society, and Indian sociologists from G.S. Gurye to M.S. Srinivas to G.S. Guha to Dipankar Gupta, everyone have relied on field-based data, which were being primarily used by the social anthropologists like Malinowski, Redcliffe Brown, Evans Pritchard, and this methodological approach of collecting data from a group of people through fieldwork, which is known as ethnography. It was derived from anthropology, and social anthropology as a domain of knowledge creation was used by Indian social scientists or anthropologists or sociologists. So therefore, Indian sociology is highly or deeply rooted into the socio anthropological tradition of Western anthropologists. So therefore, we can say that social anthropology have contributed for developing the aspects of the Indian sociological tradition. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, students. So we'll continue our discussion. Within 2 minutes, we'll continue our discussion. So wait for 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, we'll start. Okay. So in our last class, we are discussing about uh, what is deviance. So what is the meaning of deviance? So now, today we will discuss the various physiological and psychological theories, that is of deviant kind of behavior, deviant behavior. So you see, physiologically or biologically, okay, sorry, yes, physiological or biological explanation. Okay, so physiological or biological explanation of deviance that argue that particular individuals are more prone to deviance than others because of their genetic makeup. Okay, genetically inherited characteristics either directly cause or predispose them towards deviance. Got it? So, such theories are similar to our common sense notion contained in phrases such as we the person is a born criminal. Okay, so he is committing crime, he is a born criminal, and he cannot help it because he is made that way. So an early version of physiological theories is given by uh, Lombroso, an Italian army doctor, in his book Umo Delinquent, published in 1876. Lombroso argued that criminals were throwbacks of an earlier and more primitive form of man. He claimed to have identified a number of genetically determined characteristics which were often found in criminals. This includes large jaw, high cheek, okay, then bones, large ears, extra nipples, toes and fingers, and an insensitivity to pain. These were some of the outward signs of an inborn criminal nature. Later, Later research found no support for Lombroso's picture of the criminal as a primitive biological freak. Despite these crude beginnings, there is still support for physiological theories of deviance. Okay, Sheldon and Eleanor claims to have found a causal relationship between physical build-up and delinquent activity. They argue that stocky, rounded individuals, a body type known as a mesomorph, tend to be more active and aggressive than those with other builds. Their research has shown that delinquent behaviors are associated with mesomorphs. The birth psychologist Hans, sorry, the British psychologist Hans Eysenck argues that there is a link between genetically based personality characteristics and deviant kind of behavior. He maintains that there is a connection between personality traits such as extraversion and criminal behavior. Okay, the the uh, uh, the extroverts craves excitement, takes chance, often sticks his neck out, acts on the spur of the moment, and is generally an impulsive individual. The modern supporters of genetic theories of deviance are more cautious. What is that? Okay, so uh, they do not suggest they do not suggest that an individual is a total prisoner of his genes. Instead, they argue that genetically based characteristics predispose an individual to deviant behavior. Thus, Einstein states that heredity is a very strong predisposing factor as far as committing crime is concerned. Sociologists tend to dismiss biological theories of deviance, arguing that any association between physical and personality characteristics and deviant behavior can be explained in other ways. For example, Taylor, Watson, and Young provide an alternative explanation for the link between mesomorphism and delinquency. They suggest that it may well be it may well that lower working class children who are more likely to be found in the criminal statistics are also virtue of diet, continual manual labor, physical fitness and strength more likely to be mesomorphic. Okay. Similarly, an alternative explanation may be provided by Eysenck's association of extrovert personality traits with criminal behavior. Eysenck's description, okay, Eysenck's, uh, description of extravagant characteristics is very similar to the uh, subterranean values, which, according to the Marcha and Sykes, direct delinquent behavior. Values are learned rather than being genetically determined. Okay, finally, a major difficult with all biological theories is the problem of showing that particular behavior is genetically based. It is not yet possible to isolate a gene or a combination of genes and to show conclusively that they influence particular action. Psychological theories of deviance share certain similarities with the biological theories. First, they see deviant as different from the population as a whole. Second, he is abnormal in a normal population. Third, his abnormality predisposes him to deviant kind of behavior. However, psychological theories differ in their claim that deviance or abnormally is learned rather than genetically determined. They see abnormal experience rather than abnormal genes as the basis of deviance. This experience produces character defects and maladjusted personalities, which in turn produce kind of deviance. Okay, so often psychological theories argue that something has gone wrong in the socialization process, usually in the mother-child relationship. Okay, so this defective socialization involves emotional disturbances, which leads to the formation of maladjusted personality trait. Early childhood experience, it is claimed that it can have a lasting effect on the adolescent and adult behavior. John Bowley's 44 Juvenile Types is a pioneering work in the psychology of deviance. He argued that a child has certain basic needs, the most important being emotional security, which can be provided most effectively by the close, intimate relationship with its mother. If the child is deprived of maternal love, particularly during the early years, a psychopathic personality can develop. Psychopaths tend to act impulsively with little regard to the consequence of their action. They rarely feel guilty and show little response to uh, 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 they rarely feel guilty and show little response to punishment or treatment. But Bowlby sorry, Bolby claimed that those delinquents who were chronic recidivists, that is, very constantly broke the law with little regard for possible consequences, had suffered from maternal deprivation during their early years. The revealed psychopathic traits had often been raised in institutions such as orphanages, so as so and so been deprived of an intimate relationship with a motherly figure. Other studies have argued that a boy's relationship with his father, particularly in the early years of his adolescence, can have important effect upon his behavior. Robert G. Andre claimed that boys who are hostile and unsatisfactory relationships with their fathers, projected this hostility and acted it out in their relationship with other boys and authority figures. Such unsatisfactory uh, relationships between boys and their fathers produced a chip on the shoulder mentality rather than more severe psychological disturbances. Okay, so more severe psychological disturbances described by Bowley. Andre claimed that the character defects which resulted were the important factor in accounting for delinquency. As with biological theories, sociologists tend to dismiss psychological explanation of deviance. Firstly, they argued that such theories tend to ignore social and cultural factors in the explanation of deviance. Such factors form the basis for the sociological theories which will examine. Uh, uh, Secondly, they argue that methodology of the studies is suspect. There is little agreement among psychologists about what constitutes mental health and on how to measure personality characteristics. Thirdly, many sociologists reject the priority given to childhood experience. Okay, they dismiss the view that individual is a prisoner of his early experience, which he simply acts out in later life. This approach ignores the influence of a vast number of social factors which influence behavior during an individual's entire life cycle. Marshall B. Clinard rather scornfully likens psychological theories of deviance to the older notion of possession by devils. The devils has been replaced by the character defect. Okay, exorcism by the priest has been replaced by the treatment by the psychiatrist. Despite their rejection by many sociologists, biological and particularly psychological theories are still widespread and often accepted as valid by various agents of social control. Both theories have serious implications for the treatment of deviance, but put simply, if deviants are sick, they must be treated and cured. This view has resulted in treatment ranging from the use of drugs, electric shock treatment, various forms of psychotherapy to lobotomy, the removal of portion of the frontal region of the brain. Okay, so carried to its extreme, the implication of such treatment are frightening, particularly in the hands of the powerful ruling elite, particularly in the hands of the powerful ruling elite. Soviet dissidents have been defined as mentally ill, confined to institutions, and plied with a variety of dangerous drugs in order to cure their sickness. Aldous Huxley, Brave New World would no longer be a work of fiction if one New York psychiatrist had his way. In 1970, he proposed that psychological tests be given to the nation's 6-year-olds to uncover any criminal tendencies. He advocated psychiatric treatment for those who revealed such tendencies. Apparently, this scheme was seriously considered by the American government but not put into practice. The then deviance, a kind of functionalist perspective, how the functionalists they see deviant or criminal kind of behavior, rather than starting with the individual, a functionalist analysis of deviance begins with society as a whole. It looks for the source of deviance in the nature of society rather than in the biological or psychological nature of the individual. At first sight, it seems strange that some functionalists should argue that deviance is a necessary part of all societies. that it performs positive functions for social systems. So deviance breaks social norms and values with the functional emphasis on the importance of the shared norms and values at the basis for social order. It would appear that deviance is a threat to order and should therefore be seen as a dysfunction for society. All functionalists agree that social control mechanisms are necessary to keep the deviance in check and to protect social order. However, many argue that certain amount of deviance has positive functions. That is, that its contribution to the maintenance and well-being of society. Okay, so while Emil Durkheim develops this argument that with this discussion of crime in the rules of sociological method, he argues that crime as an inevitable and normal aspect of social life. It is an integral part of all healthy societies. It is inevitable because not every member of society can be equally committed to the collective sentiments. Be shared values, moral values of society. Since individuals are exposed to different influence and circumstances, it is impossible for all to be alike. Therefore, not everybody shares the same restraints about breaking the law. So crime is not only inevitable, it can also be functional according to the functionalist perspective. Durkheim argues that it only uh, he argues that uh, it becomes dysfunctional when its rate is unusually high. He argues that all social changes begin with some form of deviance. In order for change to occur, yesterday's deviance must become today's normality. Since a certain amount of change is healthy for a society, so it can progress rather than stagnant, so is deviance. For change to occur, the collective sentiments must not be too strong, too hostile to change. They must have only moderate energy. If they are too strong, they would cross all originality, both the originality of the criminal and the originality of the genius. In the case, what? To make progress, individual originality must be able to express itself that in order that originality of the idealist whose dreams transcend this century may find expression. It is necessary that the originality of the criminal who is below the level of his time shall also be possible. One does not occur without the other. Thus, the collective sentiments must not be sufficiently powerful to block the expression of people like Jesus, William, Wilberforce, Martin Luther King, and Mother Teresa. Durkheim regarded some crime as an anticipation of the morality of the future. Thus, heretics who were denounced by both the state and the established church may represent the collective sentiments of the future. In the same way, terrorists of freedom fighters may represent a future established order. If crime is inevitable, what is the function of punishment then? Durkheim argues that its function is not to remove crime in society, rather, it is to maintain the collective sentiments at their necessary level of strength. In Durkheim's words, punishment serves to heal the wounds done to the collective sentiments. Without punishment, the collective sentiments would lose their force to control behavior, and the crime rate would reach the point where it becomes dysfunctional for society. Thus, in Durkheim's view, a healthy society requires both crime and punishment. Both are inevitable and both are functional. Durkheim's views of the positive function of the deviance have been developed by a number of sociologists like Albert Cohen analyzed several possible functions of deviance. Firstly, deviance can function as a safety valve, providing a relative harmless expression of discontent. In this way, social order is protected. For example, Cohen suggests that prostitution performs such a safety valve function without threatening the institutions of the family. It can provide a release from the stress and pressure of family life without undermining family stability. So, since the relationship between a prostitute and her client usually avoid strong emotional attachment. Secondly, Cohen suggests that certain deviant acts may provide a useful warning device to indicate that an aspect of society is malfunctioning. They may draw attention to the problem and lead to measure to solve it. Thus, traumas from school, deserts from the army, or runaway from Bristol institutions may reveal unsuspected causes of discontent and lead to change that enhance efficiency and morale. Durkheim and Cohen have moved away from the picture of the deviant as psychologically or biologically abnormal. Durkheim suggests that society itself generates deviance for its own well-being. Mm, Cohen argues that certain forms of deviance are a normal and natural response to particular circumstances. Yet, apart from his work on suicide, Durkheim does not explain why particular individuals or groups appear to be more prone to deviance than others. Not that he explains any certain forms of deviance appear to be associated with a particular group in population. It was not until Robert K. Merton's famous work in the 1930s that answers to these kinds of questions these questions were provided with a functional framework. Wait for a minute. Within 2 minutes, we will continue our discussion. We will take 2 minutes break. After that, we will start. Uh, okay, so we will continue our discussion. So, Robert K. Merton, we will discuss Robert K. Merton's ideas on social structure and anatomy. Merton argues that deviance results from the pathological personalities, but from the culture and the structure of society itself. Okay, he, according to him, deviance results not from the pathological personalities, but from the culture and structure of the society itself. He begins from the standard functional position of value consensus. That is, all members of society share the same values. However, since members of society are placed in different positions in the social structure, for example, they differ in terms of class positions, they do not have the same opportunity of realizing the shared values. This situation can generate deviance. In modern words, the social and cultural structure generates pressure on socially deviant behavior upon people variously located in that structure. Using the USA as an example, Merton outlined his theory as like that members of American society share the major values of American culture. In particular, They share the goal of success for which they all strive and which is largely measured in terms of wealth and material possession. The American dream stressed that all members of society have an equal opportunity of achieving success, of owning a Cadillac, a Beverly Hills mansion, a, and a substantial bank balance. In all societies, there were institutionalized means of reaching culturally defined goals. In America, the accepted ways of achieving success are through educational qualifications, talents, hard work, drive, determination, and ambition. In a balanced society, an equal emphasis is placed upon both cultural goals. In a balanced society, an equal emphasis is placed upon both cultural goals and institutionalized means, and members are satisfied with both. But in America, great importance is attached to success and relatively less importance is given to the accepted ways of achieving success. As such, American society is unstable, unbalanced. There is a tendency to reject the rules of the game and to strive for success by any available means. The situation becomes like a game of cards in which winning becomes so important that the rules are abandoned by a sum of the players. When the rules ceases to operate, a situation of normlessness or anomy results. Okay, so in a situation of anything goes, uh, norms no longer direct behavior and deviance is encouraged. However, individual will not respond to a situation of anomy in different ways. In particular, their reaction will be shaped by their position in the social structure. Mutton outlines five possible ways in which members of American society can respond to such kind of goals, such culturally defined goals. The first and most common response is conformity. Members of society conform both to success both to success goals and normative means of reaching them. They strive for success by means of accepted channels. The second response is innovation. This response rejects normative means of achieving success and turns to deviant means. In particular, crime, Mutton argues that members of the lower social strata are most likely to select this route to success. They are least likely to succeed via conventional channels. Thus, there is a greater pressure upon them to deviate. Their educational qualifications are equally low, are usually low. Their jobs provide little opportunity for advancement. In Mutton's words, they have little access to conventional and legitimate means for becoming successful. Since their way is blocked, they innovate. Okay, so they innovate, turning to crime, which promises greater rewards than legitimate means. Martin stresses that membership of the lower strata is not itself sufficient to produce deviance. In some more traditional European societies, also those at the bottom of the social structure are more likely to accept their position since they are not internalized since they have not internalized the mainstream success goal. Instead, they have developed a distinctive subculture which defines success in terms of which differ from those of the wider society. Only in societies such as the USA, where all members share the same success goals, does the pressure to innovate operate forcefully on the lower classes. Finally, Mutton argues that those who innovate have been imperfectly socialized so that they abandon institutional means while retaining their success aspiration. Mutton uses the term ritualism to describe the third possible response. Those who select this alternative are deviant because they have largely abandoned the commonly held success goals. The pressure to adopt this alternative is greatest for members of the lower middle class. Their occupation provides less opportunity for success than those of the other members of the middle class. Uh, uh, However, compared to members of the working class, they have been strongly socialized to perform to social norms. This prevents them from turning to crime, unable to innovate, and with jobs that offer little opportunity for advancement, their only solution is to scale down or abandon their success goal. Mutton paints out Mutton paints out uh, the picture of a typical lower middle class ritualist. He is a low grade bureaucrat, ultra respectable but stuck in a knot. He is a stickler for the rules. follows the book to the letter, cling to the red tape, conform to all outward standards of middle class respectability, but has given up striving for success. The ritualist is defiant because he has rejected the success goals held by the most members of society. Mutton turns the fourth and least common response is criticism. It applies to psychotics, autists, pariahs, outcasts, vagrants, vagabonds, tramps, chronic drunkards, and drug addicts. They have strongly internalized both the cultural goals and the institutionalized mist, yet are unable to achieve success. They resolve the conflict of their situation by abandoning both the goals and the means of reaching them. They are unable to cope and drop out of society, defeated and resigned to their failure. They are they are deviant in two ways. They have rejected both the cultural goals and the institutionalized means. Mutton does not relate criticism to social class position. Rebellion forms the fifth and final response. It is the rejection of both the success goals and the institutionalized means, and their replacement by different goals and means. Those who adopt this alternative wish to create a new society. Thus, urban guerrillas in Western European capitalist societies adopt deviant means terrorism to reach deviant goals such as the communist society. Morton argues that it is typically members of a rising class rather than the most depressed strata who organized the resentful and rebellious into a revolutionary group. We could say, to summarize Morton claims that his analysis shows how the culture and structure of society generate deviance. The overemphasis upon cultural goals in American society at the expense of institutionalized means creates a tendency towards anomie. This tendency exerts pressure for deviance, a pressure which varies depending on a person's positions in the class structure. The way a person responds to this pressure will also depend upon his positions in the class structure. Martin thus represents a sociological theory of deviance. He explains deviance in terms of the nature of society rather than the nature of the individual. Since its publication, Martin's theory has been frequently modified and criticized. This response, this is the uh, then structural and subcultural theories of deviance. What are the structural and different subcultural theories of deviance? Structural theories. Okay. Structural theories of deviance are similar to Morton's theory. They explain the origin of deviance in terms of the position of the individuals or groups in the social structure. Subcultural theories explain deviance in terms of subculture of a society. They argue that certain groups develop distinctive norms and values which deviate from the mainstream culture of society. Often structural and subcultural explanations are combinations, as in Albert Cohen's analysis of delinquency. Albert K. Cohen. Cohen's work is a modification and development of Morton's positions. From his studies of delinquency, he makes two major criticisms of Morton's views on working class deviance. Firstly, he argues that delinquency is a collective rather than an individual responsibility. Whereas Morton sees that individual responding to his position in the class structure, Cohen sees individuals joining together in a collective response. Secondly, Cohen argues that Morton fails to account for non-utilitarian crime such as vandalism and joyriding, which do not produce monetary reward. Cohen questions whether such forms of delinquency are directly motivated by the success goals of the mainstream culture. He agrees, however, that Morton's theory is highly plausible as an explanation for adult professional crimes for the property delinquencies of older and semi-professional tribes. Cohen begins in a similar vein to Morton. Lower working class boys holds the success goal for the mainstream culture, but largely due to educational failure and the dead end jobs which result from this, they have little opportunity to attain them. This failure can be explained by their position in the social structure. When supports the view that cultural deprivation accounts for the lack of educational success of members of lower working class. stuck at the bottom of the stratification system with avenues to success blocked. Many lower working class boys suffer from status frustration. They are frustrated and dissatisfied with their low status in society. They result to their frustration not by turning to criminal paths to success, as Martin suggested, but by rejecting the success goals of the mainstream culture that places them with an alternative set of norms and values in terms of which they can achieve success and gain prestige. The result is a delinquent subculture. It can be seen as a collective solution to the common problem of lower working class adolescents. The delinquent subculture not only rejects the mainstream culture, it reverses it. In Cohen's words, the delinquent subculture takes its norms from the larger culture but turns them upside down. Thus, a high value is placed on activities such as stealing, vandalism, and taunancy, which are condemned in a wider society. Cohen describes the delinquent subculture in this way. Throughout, there is a kind of malaise apparent, an enjoyment of the discomfort of others, a delight in the deviance of taboos. Illustrate this theme with the example of defeating on the teacher's desk. But the delinquent subculture is more than an act of defiance, a negative reaction to a society which has denied opportunity to some of its members. It offers positive rewards. Those who perform successfully in terms of the values of the subculture gain recognition and prestige in the eyes of their peers. The stealing becomes, according to Cohen, as much not so much a means of achieving success in terms of mainstream goals, but a valued activity to which attaches glory, prose, and profound satisfaction. Cohen argues that in this way, lower working class boys solve the problem of status frustration. They reject mainstream values which offer them a little chance of success and substitute deviant values in terms of which they can be successful. Cohen thus provides an explanation for delinquent acts which do not appear to be motivated by monetary reward. Uh, like modern Cohen begins from a structural perspective because there is unequal access to opportunities, there is greater pressure, there is a greater pressure on certain groups within the social structure to deviate. However, he parts company from modern when he sees some delinquency as being a collective response directly by subcultural values. In this way, he shows how pressure from the social structure to deviate in reinforced pressure from the deviant subculture. Cohen has been criticized for his selective use of the idea of lower class subculture. David Bordua argues that he uses it to explain the educational failure of lower working class boys with the notion of cultural deprivation. But he does not use it to explain delinquency. Thus, whereas cultural deprivation is passed on from one generation to the next, thus, whereas cultural deprivation is passed on from one generation to the next, this does not seem to happen with the delinquent subculture. It appears to be created anew by each generation of boys reacting to their position in the social structure. Walter B. Miller. Miller parts company from both Morton and Cohen in his explanation of lower class delinquency. Firstly, he rejects Morton's view that it represents an alternative means of achieving mainstream goals. Secondly, he rejects Cohen's argument that it results from a delinquent subculture, which is a reaction to failure to attain mainstream goals. Instead, he sees lower class delinquency as simply resulting from lower class subculture. Miller argues that following cultural practices, which comprise essential elements of total life, patterns of lower class culture automatically violate certain legal norms. Miller develops his argument in this way. There is a distinctive cultural system which may be termed lower class. It includes a number of focal concerns, that is, the major areas of interest and involvement. Included in these focal concerns are toughness, smartness, and excitement. Toughness involves a concern for masculinity and finds expression in courage in the face of physical threat and a rejection of timidity and weakness. In practice, this can lead to assault and battery in order to maintain a reputation for toughness. Smartness involves the capacity to outsmart, outfox, outwit, dupe, take on another. It is expressed in the repertoire of the hustler, the conman, the cat star, the pimp, the pickpocketer, and the petty thieves. Excitement involves the search for thrills, for emotional stimulants. In practice, it is sought in gambling, sexual adventures, and alcohol, all of which can be combined in a night out of the town. This is this healthy mixture can result in damage to limbs, life, and property. Uh, Two factors tend to emphasize and exaggerate the focal concerns of lower class subculture in the lives of adolescents. Firstly, their tendency to belong to a peer group which demands close conformity to group norms. Secondly, the concern for young people with status which is largely achieved in terms of peer group norms. Thus, the status of a lower working class youth can depend on his reputation of toughness and smartness in the eyes of his friends. Miller concludes that delinquency is simply the acting out, albeit in a somewhat exaggerated manner, of the social concerns of lower class subculture. It results from socialization into subculture with a distinctive tradition, many centuries old with an integrity of its own. Although this subculture has a life of its own, Miller does give reason for its origin and maintenance. It stems from and is partly sustained by the necessity for a pool of low skilled labor. Low skilled workers require the ability to endure routine, repetitive, and boring activity and to tolerate recurrent unemployment. Lower class subculture provides the means to live with this situation. Its focal concern provide satisfaction outside of work and help to deal with the dissatisfaction produced by work. The emphasis on excitement compensates for the boredom of work. Miller presents a picture of members of the lower class living in a world of their own, totally insulated from the rest of society. They appear to pursue their focal concerns with no reference to the mainstream culture. Many sociologists would disagree with this view. Thus, David Bordua, in his criticism of Miller, states Miller seems to be saying that the involvement in lower class culture are so deep and exclusive that contacts with agents of middle class dominated institutions, especially the schools, have no impact on them. Unlike Miller, most sociologists who use the concept of subculture to explain deviance see it as a secondary to a structural explanation. The final part of the section then Richard A. Clavard and Leod E. Cohen. In Delinquency and Opportunity, the American sociologist Clavard and Cohen combine and develop many of the insights of Mertens and Cohen. While largely accepting Mertens' viewing of working class criminal deviance, they argue that he has failed to explain the different forms of deviance that takes place. Uh, For example, why do some delinquent gangs concentrate on theft while others appear preoccupied with vandalism and violence? Clavard and O'Hlin argue that Morton has only dealt with half the picture. He has explained deviance in terms of the legitimate opportunity structure, but failed to consider the, mm, the illegitimate opportunity structure. Thus, just as opportunity to be successful by legitimate means varies, so does opportunity for successful by illegitimate means. For example, if one area there may be a thriving adult criminal subculture which may provide access for adolescents, in another area this subculture may not exist. Thus, in the first area, the adolescent has more opportunity to become a successful criminal by examining access and opportunity for entry into a legitimate proper opportunity structure. Clavard and O'Leary provides an explanation for different forms of deviance. They begin their explanation of working class delinquency forms the same point as mutton. There is a greater pressure on members of the working class to deviate because they have less opportunity to succeed by legitimate means. Cloud and Olin then distinguish three possible responses to this situation: the criminal subculture, the conflict subculture, and the repressed subculture. The development of one or another of these responses by young people depends upon their access to and performance in terms of the illegitimate opportunity structure. Criminal subculture tend to emerge in areas where there is an established pattern of organized adult crime. In such areas, uh, a learning environment is provided for the young. They are exposed. They are exposed to criminal skills, deviant values, and presented with criminal role models. Those who perform successfully in terms of these deviant values have the opportunity to rise in the professional criminal hierarchy. They have access to the illegitimate opportunity structure. Criminal subculture are mainly concerned with the utilitarian crime, which produced financial reward. Conflict subculture tend to develop in areas where adolescents have little opportunity to access to illegitimate opportunity structure. There is little organized adult crime to provide an apprenticeship for the young criminal and an opportunity for him, for him to climb the illegitimate ladder to success. Such areas usually have a high turnover of population and lack of unity and cohesiveness. This situation tends to prevent a stable criminal subculture from developing. Thus, access to both legitimate and illegitimate opportunity structure is blocked. The response to this situation is often gang violence. This serves as a release for anger and frustration and a means of obtaining prestige in terms of the values of the subculture. Finally, Cloward and Olin analysis Martin's retrist response in terms of legitimate and illegitimate opportunity structure. They suggest that some lower class adolescents from retrist subculture organized mainly around illegal drug use because they have failed to succeed in both the legitimate and illegitimate structure. In this sense, they are double failures. They have failed to become successful by legitimate means. They have failed in terms of either criminal or conflict subculture. As failed criminals or failed gangs members, they retreat trails between their age into retreat subculture. Then Clavard and Olin present one of the most sophisticated analysis of lower class delinquency from a structural and subcultural view. That is, they provide an explanation for various forms of delinquency by adding the notion of a legitimate opportunity structure to modern scheme, and by placing Cohen's view in a wider context. However, despite the virtues of the various structural and intellectual approaches, they have open to damaging criticism. Then, the ecology of deviance, that is by Chicago School. Wait for a minute, we will continue within a minute. Okay, so coming back to our discussion, now we'll discuss deviance from a interactionist perspective, how interactionists they perceive deviance. The interactionist perspective differs from the uh, from the functionalist and conflict approach in this way that firstly it views deviance from a differential theoretical perspective. Secondly, it examines aspects of deviance which have been largely ignored by the other theorists. It directs attention away from the deviant, such as the motivation, pressure, and social forces, which are supposed to direct his behavior. Instead, it focuses upon the interaction between the deviant and those of others and those who define him as a deviant. The interactionist perspective examines how and why particular individual and groups, particular individuals and groups are defined as deviant and the effects of such definition upon their future course of action. For example, the interaction between the deviant and various agents of social control, such as parents, teachers, doctors, police, judges, and probation officers that we could analyze the effects upon the individual of being defined as a criminal or delinquent or mentally ill, as an alcoholic, prostitute, or homosexual that we could examine. The interactionist approach emphasizes the importance of the meaning of various actors bring to and develop within the interaction situation. Thus, it may examine the picture of the typical delinquent held by the police and more how this results in a tendency to define lower class rather than middle class lawbreakers as delinquents. Meanings are not, however, fixed and clear cut, they are modified and developed in the interaction process. Thus, from the interactionist perspective, the definition of deviance is negotiated in the interpretation of the situation by the actors involved. For example, whether or not a person is defined as mentally ill will depend on a series of negotiations between him and a psychiatrist. With this emphasis on negotiated meaning, the interactionist perspective comes closer to the phenomenological view of man, that is, the approach so far is considered with their emphasis on the deviant simply reacting to forces which are external to himself and largely beyond his control are closer to a positive position. Okay, then now we'll discuss Howard S. Baker's leveling theory. One of the most influential statements on deviance is contained in the quotations from Howard S. Baker, one of his early exponents of the interactionist approach. Baker argues that uh, social groups create deviance by making the rules whose infraction constitutes deviance and by applying those rules to particular people and labeling them as outsiders. From this point of view, deviance is not a quality of the act the person commits, but rather a consequence of the application by others of the rules and sanctions to an offender. The deviant is one the deviant is one to whom the label has successfully been applied. Deviant behavior is behavior that people so label. Becker is suggesting that in one sense that there is no such thing as a deviant act. An act only becomes deviant when others perceive and define it as such. Okay. So suppose the act of nudity, you could say, in Western society provides an illustration to this. Okay, so nudity in the bedroom, which where the actors involved are husband and wife, is generally interpreted as normal behavior. But should a stranger enter, however, nudity in his presence would usually be considered as deviant. Okay, so we will continue this discussion in our next class, dear students. So now it's 11 o'clock. So today, so now we conclude our class here. So we will continue this discussion in our next class. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. So today we discuss about Indian society and rural and urban comparison. Comparison of rural and urban area in India. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Mm. Okay. We'll start now. Four 03139. 1 second. See, we'll discuss about rural and urban area, or what is urban, what is rural, what is the difference between the two. Okay, I'll telling you some overview. Rural areas are located outside towns and cities, whereas, am I audible? Whereas urban areas are home to towns, cities, and districts, and rural areas have low population density, while urban areas have high viscosity, or you can say urban areas have educational and employment opportunities than rural areas, and they are developing their infrastructure faster. According to the survey published 2012, rural areas are made of open land and settlements with less than 2,500 individuals. Okay, less than 2,500 individual, and larger places and the density populated areas around them make of urban areas. These are definitions. The difference between rural and urban areas. Uh, you'll be find out in the article. Maybe difference between rural and urban areas. Here will be discussed what is difference between rural and urban areas as required for your examinations purposes. I'll give some data, maybe data you some difference between rural and urban areas, and I wanted to tell you about idea about the rural differentiations. The difference between rural and urban areas. Urban areas, I'll tell you first. Urban areas are those areas population is very high and has the features of a built environment. Rural areas are those areas which are located on the outskirts. So if you differentiate between on basis what does it include? It means what does it includes in urban areas as well as rural areas. So it includes areas like cities and towns. In urban areas, it includes areas like cities and towns, and in rural areas, it includes areas like villages and hamlets. If you see the life of urban areas and rural areas, life in such in urban area is fast and complicated. And life in rural areas in such life in such an rural area is very simple and relaxed. So this is the differentiations. Again, I'll taking you about difference on the basis of environment. On the basis of environment, such areas means urban areas, have greater isolation from nature. Greater isolation from nature. But rural areas, such areas have direct contact with nature on the basis of environment. On the basis of population size, so urban areas are such areas are highly populated, and rural areas are such areas are lightly populated. And what area associated with the rural and urban areas? Urban areas which are associated with such areas are non-agricultural work. That is, you may know, you know all of this, like trade, commerce, or provision of services. And you will find out in urban areas which are associated with such areas are agricultural and livestock. And if you see the social mobility, you will find out they are highly intensive. Which one? Urban areas are highly intensive and rural areas are less intensive. If you're talking about scarcity of land is there in urban areas, and scarcity of land is not there in rural areas. It means the scarcity will be happen in urban area. There will be no scarcity of land area in the rural area. On the basis of employment rates is very high in urban areas, and employment rate is very low in rural areas. So if you see the population range, uh, an area, maybe we can say an area having population above 1,50,000, above 1,50,000 comes under the urban areas, and areas having a population of less than 1,50,000 come under the rural area. If it is cross the 1,50,000, then that will coming under the urban areas. So another very important thing is the division of labor. That is division of labor. You will find out is always present at the time of job allotment in urban areas. Division of labor is always present at the time of job allotment, and there is no such division of labor in rural areas. There is no such division of labor which happen in the uh, rural areas. So, what are the? I'll telling you what are the rural areas and what are the urban areas. Okay, and then only will be go forward. Okay, let's know. So then, what are the rural areas? Rural regions. You remember, rural regions contrast sharply with urban areas, often covering vast underdeveloped land with sparse populations, as defined by the RBL rural territory, include population below 49,000 and spinning tier 3 to tier 6 cities. Around 70% of India's population lives in rural areas and playing a crucial role in the economy through agriculture and self-employment services and construction. And global trend has seen a significant shift. Remember, global trend has seen a significant shift from rural to urban location. Rural to urban location due to technological advancements, reducing the demand for agricultural labor, favoring urban economic growth. Nevertheless, most of the world's population still resides in the rural environment. Okay, so this is the rural areas. Then what are the urban areas? Urban areas are marked by high populations, density, developed infrastructure stemming from urbanization, and such regions encompasses suburbs, cities, and towns, with cities and their surroundings as a key components. Okay, are you getting me? Hello. Okay, so we'll find out the area encircling a city is it urban zone, and most urban dwellers are involved in non-agricultural jobs. Are involved in non-agricultural jobs, and urban landscape feature extensive human-built structure, home, businesses, roads, bridges, and railways. A mega from when metropolitan areas merge, typical referring to nearby cities, and these can hold a total population of around 10 million. In India, megapolis include Kolkata, Delhi, NCR, Delhi NCR, and Hyderabad. Okay. So these are the difference between urban areas and rural areas. I have already just told you. Get it. So then I wanted to tell you about rural and urban area development. You know that ever increasing populations in rural as well as urban areas possesses typical problems of scarcity of water, power, housing, drainage, surface transport, etc., and also requires appropriate solutions for the resulting populations and environmental degradations. Inadequate facilities and slow pace of development in rural areas results in migrations of population from rural areas to urban centers, which further complicates the and aggravate the problems. And to check the flow of migration of people from rural to urban areas, and it is essential to provide adequate facilities and opportunities in rural areas by way of developing the infrastructures. And WAFCOPS has been providing consultants services for the projects in rural areas for development of infrastructure facilities like rural housing, roads, water supply, sanitations, rural electrifications, and in the areas of minor irrigations and agriculture, rainwater harvesting, water quality monitoring, wasteland development, micro wasteland development, environment, capacity building, monitoring, and evaluation, etc. So these are the rural urban area development. In the urban areas, the company has been involved in the consultant services, supply, sanitation, power generation, transmission, all those. So I'll hinting out the rural development areas and urban development areas. I'll read out again. You just remember rural development areas, rural water supply, rural sanitation, rural housing, rural electrifications, rural buildings, rural roads, wasteland development, informations, educations and communications, socio-economic surveys, monitoring, evaluation and impact assessment, micro watershed development, rainwater harvestment, land record, computerizations, desert development, drought-prone area development, strengthening of revenue administrations and updating of records, water quality monitoring. That is coming under the rural development, and urban development it is coming under the city development plan, then or you can say master plan, biometric survey, housing for urban poor, water supply and sanitation, stormwater drainage, solid waste management, urban renewal, air pollution and water pollution, sewage including STP, water quality, slum rehabilitation, heritage, tourism development, street lighting, water bodies, all those. These are the coming under the urban development. So then we'll be discuss about. I have talked about that rural development as well as the urban development. So I'll let you know about what are the factors that lead to the rural urban gap. What are the factors that lead to the rural urban gap? You know the factors that lead to rural urban development divide can be outlined here. First one, limited investment in villages. Limited investment in rural areas. Second is lack of vision in rural development policies. or a compartmentalized approach. Next is limited access to urban markets. Next is shrinking demography. Next is social issues and lack of basic infrastructure and the factors that lead to rural urban development divide here. What are the urban rural linkages? You know, rural and urban areas are interdependent, which holds importance to their respective development in social economic sphere. And these links play a crucial role in national development through bidirectional flows of goods and services, information, people, and technology. The development of urban areas is highly dependent on development of the nearby rural areas. So, urban development is isolation would be unthinkable if the rural areas are neglected physically, socially, environmentally. So, for this reason, rural development should be the main agenda in planning for development of India in general and urban development in particular. The benefit that rural areas gain from urban development should be examined. And urban development in itself is important for rural development, particularly in the context of an underdeveloped economy like India. Mutual benefits are also possible for both, but in general, rural development is precondition for urban development. So the way forward is to appreciate that urban rural linkages are important tool in the long term vision of equitable and holistic development. And the effort requires a balanced approach considering their different economic, social, environmental requirements. So, urban rural linkages can provide the rationale to identify the need for changes in policy interventions in the following areas. What are the areas? First one, demographic linkages, economic transactions and a innovative activity, delivery of a public services, exchange in amenities and environmental goods, and multi-level governance interaction. So these are the areas need to be identified. So rural urban, we find out, are interdependent and this holds importance to their respective development in social and economic sphere. So urban rural linkages are important tools in the long term vision of equitable and holistic development. Okay. So then, what are the differing approach to urban and rural development? What are the differing approach or different approach are followed to urban and rural development? The needs and the wants of rural development are different than those required for urban development, and they tend to change across geographies and regions. In a vast and dichotomous country like India, rural development focuses primarily on the development of resources required for day-to-day activities. The primary regions for a limited sectoral approach. The primary reason for limited sectoral approach to the rural development stems from an irrational placing of manufacturing facilities, underdeveloped infrastructure, and a host of other problems. Hence, the concentration is on electrification, employment, and you can say basic health care, water management, all those. And a cluster management approach is followed, and development work happens for a group or areas under one cluster. So in the case of urban development, the focus are shifted shifts to better systems, traffic management, transport, infrastructure, management of buildings, management of institutions, etc. So the attitude, literacy, willingness to change, and flexibility to target audience in such case is different. So rural and urban development play complementary roles in overall economic development, while the drivers for both may be different. They must grow and prosper simultaneously for the improvement of human summary. See, the needs and wants of rural development are different than those required for urban development and tend to change across geographies and regions. So it is important to realize that rural and urban development play complementary roles in overall economy. They are the things you need to understand. Then question comes here. Does India need to change its focus? So Mahatma Gandhi said, India lives in its villages, which is still true today. While there has been rapid urbanization, rural areas have not reaped the benefits of development. And these areas still face huge such as malnourishment, illiteracy, unemployment, lack of basic infrastructure. So that is school, college, hospital, sanitation. So the wide disparity in living conditions is a stark reminder of the uh, contrary that exists in which is one which is one of the fastest growing largest economy of the world. So India rural communities need to grow in tandem with urban areas. And the standard of life must improve there for inclusive growth. So we'll find here, so summary, what we find? While there has been a rapid urbanization, rural areas have not reaped the benefits of it. And India's rural communities need to grow in tandem with the urban areas, and the standard of life must improve for inclusive growth. So these are the things you need to understand. If I conclude here, while there is no defined criterion for ensuring a balanced urban rural development, the private, non-profit, public institutions need to come together on this vexing issues. Okay? So driven by political or financial consideration, the rural development processes is sometimes supported by urban interest. This rural-urban gap is a long-standing issue in India. For sustainable rural development to occur, rural communities must be able to enjoy appropriate public services and infrastructure. Investment in public sphere and infrastructure in rural would be priority that will contribute to growth, to agricultural development, and to the development of non-farming sector. So these are the things you need to. Then successful rural development requires coordination and cooperation among all stakeholders, and functioning institutions are fundamental for the future of rural areas. While investing in capacity development at an individual, organizational, and societal level is necessary, and the implementation of policies and strategies will lead will lead to balanced urban development and an integrated approach. So all things are very much important. So if you see, the rural urban gap is long standing issue in India. The successful rural development requires coordination and cooperation among all stakeholders. And the functioning institutions are fundamental for the future of rural areas. So I'll give you an examination or maybe some instance here by some Senegal Foundation, the guiding light in sustainable development. Guiding in sustainable rural development, I'm telling you. skilled and dedicated team that creates sustainable programs to address rural India most presenting needs. And established in 1999 as a public charitable trust. So it's a foundation, it's a given example. So here I'm telling you about comparison between rural and urban India, a critical analysis. If you see the comparison between the rural and urban areas, I will introduce you first. The advocates of economic reform argue that the new India is where things are happening. We see all around progress. Our per capita income has increased. Poverty levels are down. Life expectancy has doubled. Infant mortality, child mortality, and maternal mortality rates are also down. And education level are also up. Death rate are in the rich developed countries, and birth rate is also in control. So we are on the verge of getting demographic dividends. But the negative side of this story is also regional disparities. Income inequality are on rise. So India remains low on the human development and also the human development index ranks. Okay, we will find out 130 SDR in 2014. If you see the critical analysis between difference between the two, first of all we find out the growth in income, sex ratio, then urban rural demographic divide, literacy rate, and health disparity in rural and urban sectors. So all this will find out. You see the rural urban disparity. Uh, so we'll find out the period since the 1990s. There has been an aggregate growth takeoff, and in India during which the rural agricultural sector had gradually ceded space in both employment and output share to non-agricultural sectors. How have agriculture dependent rural workers and households faced during this episode relative to their urban counterparts? So using household level survey data, so here the rural urban education gaps have declined significantly between 1983 to 2012. Moreover, are you getting me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So just telling you about the rural urban disparities, and so so if you see the period 1990s, so there is a kind of disparity in aggregate growth takeoff in India during which the rural agricultural sectors has gradually ceded space in both employment as well as output sphere of non-agricultural sectors. So here So many data is also given. Some field data is also there. I may not elaborate all those things. So lastly, I'll telling you about what is the difference in rural and urban area life. It's a kind of discussion. See, if you see the rural living, like make you live with whatever is available nearby, and there will be not be any urgency. Everyone will know entire things about you and your family, and gossip will quickly reach because small number of people. He has lost its community living because the electronic media. You know that urban living will also make you insatiable because of your comparison with others. You will be always on a fast track without knowing the purpose, and people around will not know anything about you. So it has built a walls around every family, which has become selfish. It's a kind of things. So with this, I completed today's class about the idea of urban and rural areas, okay? And also idea of change all these things, the relationship. Okay, maybe that unit four. Thank you for your patiently listening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see you next class. Okay, see you.
Okay, dear students. So today we'll discuss the different social problems in India. So uh, now we'll discuss the violence against women. So that is a social problem in India. So, so first we need to, what is that violence? What is that violence? What is that violence against women? The problem of violence against women is not a new thing. Women in Indian society have been victims of humiliation, torture, and exploitation for as long as we have written records of social organization and the family life. Today, women are being gradually recognized as important, powerful, and meaningful contributors to the life of men. But till a few decades back, their condition was pitiable. Ideologies, institutional practices, and the existing norms in society have contributed much to their harassment. Some of these behavioral uh, uh, things are even striving today. In spite of the legislative measures adopted in favor of women in our society after independence, the spread of education and women's gradual economic independence, countless women still continue to be victims of violence. They are beaten, kidnapped, raped, burnt, and murdered. Who are women is the victimized? Who are the victimizers or the perpetrators of this violence? What do the streets of violence against women like? Some research scholars, some scientists, some social scientists who have studied some of these aspects in Western society have used the personality approach and the situational approach to explain this problem. But both uh, but uh, both types of approaches have, however, been criticized on various grounds. Nature, extent, and characteristics of violence against women. You see, violence against women may be categorized as criminal violence, domestic violence, social violence. So, criminal violence means rape, abduction, murder, domestic violence, dowry death, wife battery, sexual abuse, maltreatment of widows and of elderly women. Social violence, that is forcing the wife, daughter-in-law to go for female feticide, refusing to give to a share in the property, then forcing a young widow to commit sati, harassing the daughter-in-law to bring more dowry. So these are all the different kinds of uh, violence against women. So, uh, yeah. So, who are the victims of this violence and what is their feelings? If we take all the cases of violence against women together, we find that the victims of violence are generally those who feel helpless, depressed, have a poor self image, uh, uh, and suffer from the self devaluation, or those who are emotionally consumed by the perpetrators of violence or who suffer from altruistic powerlessness. So, so who live in stressful family situation, who live in families which is sociological term, cannot be called as normal family. That is family which are structurally incomplete. Both parents being alive and be living together, structurally complete. We could say also economically they are secure, satisfying basic and subsidiary needs of members functionally adequate, have rare quarrels and morally conformity. So, this kind of this kind of normal family is also women do not live in this kind of normal family. So, perpetrators of violence. Who are the perpetrators of violence? Seven types of victimizers of women. They may be identified. They are the perpetrators of violence. Who have depressions, inferiority complex, and low self-esteem, personality disorder, and so they are psychopaths, and who lack resources, skills, and talents, and have sociopathic personality, who have possessive, suspicious, and dominant nature, who faces stressful who faces stressful situations in family life, who are victims of violence in childhood, who are frequent users of alcohol. So they are the victims of the violence. Then they are the perpetrators of violence. Then different kinds of violence. Violence which is money-oriented, violence which is powers over the weak, violence which aim at pleasure seeking, violence which is the result of perpetrators' pathology, Violence which is the result of stressful family situation, and violence which is victim precipitated. And what is the motivation in violence? Violence against women may be explained on the basis of three basic factors: situation which bring about violent behavior, characteristics of the victim, characteristics of victimizers. Four causes may be identified in violence against women: victims' provocation, intoxication, hostility towards women, situational urge. So these are the different factors. Uh, then, okay, so what is that victim's provocation? Sometimes the victim of violence, sometimes the victim of violence by her behavior, which is often unconscious, creates the situation of her own victimization. The victim either the triggers of the violent behavior of the offender, her action transforms him into an assaulter aggressor, making him direct his criminal intentions against her. In my own survey, uh, in the researcher survey of rape, wife bettering, abduction, ill treatment of widows and mothers, the focus was on victims. Yet some offenders, assaulters, aggressors were also interviewed. Surprisingly, only a few seemed to suffer from any feelings of shame or anxiety. A large number did not suffer from any emotional turmoil or from what psychologists call the problem of troubled masculinity. The assaulters in wife battering cases instead accused their wives of backbiting, talking to persons they disliked, ill-treating their sisters or parents or brothers, neglecting their home, taking rudely to relatives, having illicit relations with some other person, mm, neglecting their home, having illicit relations with some other person, refusing to obey their in-laws, irritating them with their quarrelsome or nagging nature, or interfering too much in their affairs. Similarly, in criminal assault cases, there are assaulters who describe the behavior of the victim as a direct invitation to sexual relations or a sign that she would be available if she persisted. It is significant to determine whether the victim actually intended to invite such behavior or not, whether it was merely the victimizer's own interpretation persistence that led him to exploit her. This may be called an act of omission, that is, on the part of the victim, if not an act of commission. Then, what is intoxication? Some cases of violence occurs when aggressors are intoxicated and in a wildly excited and belligerent state of mind, scarcely understanding the consequence of their action. For example, in few cases of rape, the offenders assaulted the victims when they had taken so much of alcohol that they are in a state of inhibition and emotional excitement. Their normal restraints had disappeared, and their aggressive fantasies were intimated, intermingled with sexual lust. When then look the shape of irresponsible action. Alcohol-related sex crimes illustrates a reckless disregard of time, space, and circumstances. A similar relationship between alcoholism and violence was demonstrated in a few cases of wife battery also. Then, what is hostility towards women? Some of the reported reports suggested that violence against women are a nature that no amount of rationalization can convert the aggressors into doing anything other than hostile acts of cruel kind. A, a few of them have deeply entrenched feeling of hate and hostility for women. Then, situational urge. In this category, those cases may be included where the crime is committed neither because of the victim's behavior nor because of the offender's psychopathological personality, but rather because of chance factors which create such situations. Then, personality traits, some identifying traits such as of the violence-prone personalities are extreme, suspicious, passionate, dominant, irrational, uh, jealous, emotionally upset, jealous, possessive, and adjust type of characteristics. First developed in the early life affect the aggressive behavior of persons in adulthood. Aggressors being abused as child and or his exposure to violence during childhood therefore must be examined to delve into his violent behavior. Then, theoretical explanation of violent behavior. Number one, uh, that is uh, 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 the theoretical positions on violence typically encountered when whether violence is normal response to provocation, or whether it involves the acting out of some psychopathology, or whether it acts as an instrument to obtaining some end or reward, or whether it was a response consistent with the norm supporting it. The, the psychiatric or psychological, psychopathological school focuses on the aggressor's personality characteristics as the chief determinant of the criminal kind of behavior. Then, the depersonalization trauma and humanistic approach, that what measures should we adopt to prevent women's abuse and to reduce violence against women? The suggestion that improving the general status of women through education, effective legislative measures, providing training and employment opportunities which reduce violence against women. So, mm, yes. So, 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 so while there is a lack of evidence to identify some general policies which are priority, there is, in spite of that, a number of measures which could be adopted to contain women's harassment. There are different measures. First, we take up the issue that is already receiving attention from many women's organizations as well as government as well as private organizations. This is to meet the need of protection, support, and advice of the victim. That is the number one. Second one, assistance in finding employment and child care facilities. And temporary financial support is also the need of the suffering women. And third, establishment of cheaper and less formal courses could also be a measure to help women. Then, fourth, strengthening and increasing voluntary organizations which could take up individual women's problem within their in-laws, or the policies of, or the police or the court, or the concerned individual is equally necessary. This is because the voice of an individual woman carries no weight. Then, if publicity has to be given to those organizations which provide free legal aid to women so that the needy women could approach them and seek their help. Last, a change in parents' attitude is also necessary in women's cases. In that way, we can prevent the violence against women. Then, the next important social problem is child abuse and child labor. Child abuse and child labor. Yeah. So, despite tactic planning, welfare program, legislation, and administrative action in the past 4 decades, the majority of the Indian children continue to remain in distress and turmoil. In most families, the parents neglect them, caretakers batter them, and employers sexually abuse them. So, this problem of emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of children is increasing. It has failed to capture the attention of sociologists and psychiatrists in our country. The public and the government also are yet to recognize it as a serious problem. Public intention and professional concern is yet to be translated into positive and realistic action. So, what is that child labor? What is child population and what is working population? Millions of children from poor families are compelled by economic consideration to join the labor force. India has dubious distinction of having large number of the world's working children. According to 1971 census, 4.66 percentage of total child population in India was a working population. The number of employed children below 14 years of age in various economic activities increased from 10.8 million to 1971 to 14.5 million. So one estimate puts the number of working children in our country at 44 million to 5.5% of the total population. So, so what is the child abuse? some studies have focused on the term that is child abuse to children who have received serious physical injury caused willfully rather than by accident. This definition has not been accepted by the social scientists because of the ambiguities in the word serious and diversities in physical injuries. Kempe and his colleagues have defined child abuse as a condition having to do with those who have been deliberately injured by physical assault. This definition is limited in scope as it restricts abuse only to those acts of physical violence which produce a diagnostic injury. Thus, acts of neglect and maltreatment of children which do not produce an injury but are equally harmful cannot be included in this definition. No definition of child abuse can be considered as valid unless it includes non-physical acts like mental injury and neglect and ill-treatment of the child. Varghese have given a wider definition of child abuse. According to him, child abuse refers to any child who receives non-accidental physical and psychological injury as a result of acts and omissions on the parts of his parents or guardians or employees. Verbal abuse traced to physical violence or excessive physical punishment, which do not require medical attention, are also included in the definition of child abuse. So child abuse is usually divided into three major types: physical, sexual, and emotional. Each have recognizable characteristics. The indicators of physical abuse in the school as child described by Irving Solon are bones, fractures, lacerations, and abrasions, abdominal injuries, and human bite marks. The behavioral indicators of physical abuse are: the abused child is wary of contact with others. He or she becomes apprehensive when other children cry. He or she shows aggressiveness in behavior. He or she seems frightened of the parents' caretakers. And he or she is afraid to go home or cries when it is time to go home. Child sexual abuse has been defined as the involvement of dependent and immature children in sexual activities they do not fully comprehend, to which they are unable to give informed consent. The Juvenile Justice Act 1986 defines children's sexual abuse and interaction between child under the age of 18 for girls and 16 for boys, and an adult who is significantly older than the victim and is in a position of power or control over the child, or may even be an acquaintance of an unknown person in which the child is being used for sexual stimulation of the perpetrators or another person. So, emotional abuse, it is the neglect or maltreatment of the child. It is the neglect, we could say, or the maltreatment of children. Neglect is difficult to define exactly since it may involve a disregard of the physical, emotional, moral, or social needs of the children. Physical neglect has been defined as the failure to provide the essential for normal life, such as food, clothing, shelter, care, supervision, etc. So, incident of child abuse. In the absence of proper public interest, government interest in the problem of child abuse, no statistics have been compiled in India to indicate the incidence of abuse. In the United States, it is estimated that there were between 2.5 and 4.1 million cases of child abuse per year. Theoretical explanation of the child abuse. A number of explanations are there, have been given by different scholars to explain the motivational factors in child abuse. Of these, the importance are psychiatric explanation, socio-cultural explanation, which includes socio-situational explanation, social habitability explanation, social control explanation, resource explanation, and socio-interactional explanation. Social learning explanation. The psychiatric explanation was propounded by scholars like Kempe, Steele, and Pollock, Yellers and Parquet and Polnar. It links with child abuse factors such as mental illness and personality defects on intra-individual abnormalities. It also links abusive parents' own children experience to the individual's weak personality development and poor self-control. That leads to personality disorder that is responsible for child abuse was further advanced by reports that abusers often had a propensity for impulsive and antisocial acts that extended beyond the preventive. A parent, according to the explanation, may abuse his or her child due to unmet emotional needs that signify discontentment, anger, or irritability, that is an ability to balance the child's needs. The inability to balance the child's needs and capabilities with own expectations or emotional scares from their own abusive or deprived family background affecting their ability to care for their own offspring. So then the social control explanation was propounded by Giles in 1973. According to him, parents use violence against their children because they have no fear of being hit back, nor of being arrested unless some neighbors lodges a complaint with the police. Thus, violence is used when the cost of being violent is to be less than the reward. The absence of effective social control over family relations decreases the cost of one member being violent towards another, and family structure reduce social control in family relations and therefore reduce the cost and increase the rewards of being violent. So, mm, uh, so Yales and Cornell has also said that inequality in income reduces both social control and the cost of being violent. The privacy in the family serves to reduce the degree of social control exercised over family relations. Yales has maintained that certain types of children, like the handicapped, ugly, demanding, premature, are a greater risk of being abused by their parents. This is because either they make great demands economically, socially, or psychologically on their parents, or they are perceived as not providing sufficient gratification in return for the parents' investment of time and energy. Thus, when a parent perceives the cost of parenthood to outweigh the reward, he uses violence against his children. Even I and also a researcher accepted the application of Petrobras theory, like Gales in explaining child abuse. He has proposed that child beating is less common in families that have relatives or friends nearby. Recasting nice propositions, Gales and Cornell have proposed that child beating is more common when relatives, friends, and neighbors, that is, non-family members, are unavailable, unable, or unwilling to be a part of the daily system of the family interaction, and thus unable to serve as agents of formal and informal social control. So, Gales has further maintained that the greater the disparity between perceived investment in a family relation and the perceived returns on the investment, the greater the likelihood that there will be violence. So this also explains why children of 5 or 7 years of age are more likely victims of child abuse than children of 14 to 16 years of age. Parents of younger children perceive a rather large investment in their children and feel that they get little in the way of actual return than parents of older children. So, so different causes of child abuse. So there are so many causes. Psychopathology of the individual perpetrators are the primary cause factors. Other view of psychosocial pathology of family interactions are the main cause. Uh, so you could say that the situational stress pointed out four models of dominant causes of child physical abuse, relations between spouses, relations between parents and children, structural stresses, and child abuse stress. Then, so the major premise of the child abuse model is that is the interdependence between parents, child, and the situation. This model focuses on four factors in child abuse. Number one, family environment, structural stresses, individual characteristics of parents, and subcultural learning. The model requires knowledge in five different areas: child development, socialization process, family interaction, learning principles, and sources of arousing anger, aggression, hatred, and so forth. So, so this is integrated model. Then, effects on abuse on the children. It could lose the self-esteem of the abused. It could also, a high percentage of children who are physically, emotionally abused felt that they were weak at studies. A high percentage of considered themselves to be indifferent towards their work and felt dissatisfied with the work they are engaged in. A high percentage thought that they themselves are seekers than the helpers to their parents, caretakers, and routine household course, from this, it may be inferred that abuse always devalues a child's self-esteem. Then it is the second effect is dependency. It is found that child dependency is shifted from parents, caretakers to teachers for the gratification of all his needs or her needs. The third effect is deviant behavior. It was also found that abuse had a great effect on a child's conformity to socio-cultural expectation. A large number of the victimized children were compelled to indulge in activities that violated the social norms, of which they are labeled as deviant. Then, the fourth effect, the next effect is on social and interpersonal problems. Development study revealed that child abuse results in poor communication and coping ability. That is one. Failure in developing intimacy and the social relationships, mistrust, isolation, and withdrawal from interactional settings for verifying these effects. The questions asked from the victims related to three times activities, relations with parents and siblings. Then, the last effect we could say is on re-victimization, that is, the child once abused will essentially be abused time and again. The three indicators used by Kjol Ramani in this context in his study were frequency of abuse, number of abusing perpetrators, a number of ways of forms, a number of ways or forms of child abuse. Three questions related to the three indicators where how frequently were the victims abused, whether he was abused by one or more person or whether he was abused in one way or in another way. Then the Constitution. The Constitution of India, it has enshrines that no child below the age of 14 years shall be employed to work in any factory or in any hazardous employment, that is Article 24. Childhood and youth are to be protected against exploitation and against the moral and material abandonment, Article 39A. The state shall endeavor to provide within a period of 10 years from the commencement of the Constitution free and compulsory education for all children until they complete the age of 14 years, that is Article 45. Then, so these are all different constitutional provisions for protecting the child from different kinds of abuse. Now we'll deal with the chapter corruption. Corruption has been defined in many different ways. Corruption has been defined. Wait for a minute. So corruption corruption has been defined uh, in many different ways. Is lacking in some aspect. A few years ago, the question of definition observed uh, a large proportion of the time spent on discussion of corruption. The most popular and simplest definition of corruption is that it is the abuse of public power for private benefit. This is the definition used by the World Bank. From this definition, it should be noted that it should not be concluded that corruption cannot exist within private sector activities, especially in large private enterprises. This this phenomenon clearly exists as for example, in procurement or even in hiring. It also exists in private activities regulated by the government. Sometimes the abuse of public power is not necessarily for one's private benefit, but for the benefit of one's party also, class also, tribe also, friends, family, and so on. In fact, in many countries, some of the proceeds of corruption go to finance the activities of the political parties. Among the economic changes that have been taken place in recent years, privatization has been the most closely linked with corruption. There is no question that public or state enterprises have been a major source of corruption and essentially of political corruption because they have occasionally been used to finance the activities of political parties and to provide jobs to the clienteles of a particular political group. Then, causes of corruption. Corruption is generally connected with the activities of the state and especially with the monopoly and discretionary power of the state. However, some of the least corrupted countries in the world, such as Canada, Denmark, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, have some of the largest public sectors measures shares of tax revenue of public spending in gross domestic product. The way the state operates and carries out its functions is far more important than the size of public sector activity measured in the traditional way to determine the extent of corruption in a nation. In many countries, and especially in developing countries, the role of the state is often carried out through the use of numerous rules or regulations. In these countries, license, permits, and authorizations of various sorts of are required to engage in many activities. The existence of these regulations and authorization gives a kind of monopoly power to the officials who must authorize or inspect the activities. Uh, inspect the activities. These officials may refuse the authorizations or may simply sit on a uh, decision for months or even years. Thus, they can use their public power to extract bribes from those who need the authorization or permit. In India, for example, the expression license was referred to the individual whose sole permits needed to engage in many forms of economic activities. In some countries, some individuals became middlemen or facilitator for obtaining these permits. The fact that in some cases regulations are non-transparent, are not even publicly available, and that is an authorization can be obtained only from a specific office or individual that is there. That is so there is no competition in the granting of these authorization gives the bureaucrats a great amount of power and good opportunity to extract bribes. Corruption can also happen because of nexus and networks between powerful firms and industries and politicians and political parties. The quality of bureaucracy sometimes affects the extent of corruption. The quality of the bureaucracy varies greatly among countries. Uh, in some public sector jobs gives a lot of prestige and status in others much less. So many factors contribute to that quality. In the real world, relatively few people are punished for acts of corruption. In spite of the extent of the phenomenon, furthermore, while the exception of few countries, there seems to be a wide gap between the penalties specified in the ways and regulations and the penalties that are effectively enforced. Generally, effective penalties led to more lenient than in the statutory ones. The administrative procedures followed before a public employee is punished for acts of corruption are slow and cumbersome. Official, legal, political, or administrative impediments prevent the full or quick application of the penalties. All these factors limit the role of the penalties actually play in many uh, countries, especially when corruption is partly politically motivated. This attitude brings a toleration for small acts of corruption that can, in time, encourage bigger ones. Okay, so So what we have discussed in corruption, it's an issue of great importance in the trajectory of development of poor countries. Uh, we looked at the meaning of market failure and why market fail. Some of the reasons we studied were important in competition, presence of public goods, externalities and imperfections in information. Before discussing that market failure, that we had acquainted with two fundamental theories of welfare economics. After discussing market failure, we suggested that there may be situations where the government tries to correct market failures but is unable in practice to realize its stated objectives. This type of situation is called government failure. Along the reasons for market failure we found were moral hazards, imperfect information, and the limited control of the government had over the bureaucracy and implementing agencies. So, so due to that, so 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 that the crisis that comes in the developing countries, other than its role in providing a legal framework and enforcing contracts, we saw that in developing nations, the government has a larger role to play, like providing basic needs, reducing poverty, and so on. We also have discussed that recent decades, the ideas has gained ground that government should play a smaller role than before and should strive to provide good governance. Finally, we should we have also discussed the concept of corruption and also discussed how what are the different kinds of reasons are there for which the corruption is there and it is prevalent. So, according to David H. Bailey, corruption is we have discussed that a general term covering misuse of authority as a result of consideration of personal gains, which need not be monetary. So, there is a corruption perception index CPI since 1995. Since 1995, Transparency International has published an annual corruption perception index rank ordering in the countries of the world according to the degree to which corruption is perceived to exist along the public officials and politicians. The organization defines corruption as abuse of entrusted power for private gain. The 2003 poll covered 133 countries. The 2007 survey, it has 180. A higher score means a less corruption. The results show that 7 out of every 10 countries and 9 out of every 10 developing countries with an index of less than 5 points out of 10. Then Then in 2007, the study has ranked Denmark, New Zealand, Sweden, Singapore, and Finland as the 5 least corrupt nations, with Britain as the 16th place and Japan sharing 18th slot, with the US, Afghanistan, Haiti, Iraq, Myanmar, and Somalia 1/8. They are the 5 most corrupt countries. India, however, has done better than other countries in South Asia, except Bhutan, which has an impressive score of 5.2 and ranking of 45. There is limited satisfaction to be drawn from being better than Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. India and China were at par last year, but communist country has maintained its position of 72 with a slightly change. So, corruption in India is all pervasive. There is what are the different sources of corruption? Lack of poor education and training of civil servants, low salaries, inadequate and inefficient supervision, political patronage of officials, complicated and dilatory procedures, collection of funds through officials, poor public opinion, unwillingness of people to complain against corruption. Then, so there are many things that are there to curb corruption. The Right to Information Act is there. Its job is to inspect work documents and records, taking notes, extracts, or certified copies of documents or records, take certified sample of materials, obtain information in the form of printouts, disperse floppies, tapes, videos, cassettes, or any other electronic mode or through printouts. So, so briefly, we have discussed corruption. Now, we discuss the unit that is on suicide. Durkheim was interested In the study of suicide, as there was an increase in the number of suicides with the coming in of industrialization in 1850. Industrialization led to increased individualism in society and the decrease of social integration. Suicide was attributed to individual phenomena like nervous disorder or alcoholism. Durkheim held that suicide could not be explained by individual or psychological factors, but should be explained by analyzing the link between social institutions and the individual. It also, in order to study suicide, Durkheim analyzed suicide rates from different European countries. Durkheim was aware that experimental methods could not be applied to the social science as it was in the natural science. Therefore, he undertook a causal analysis of suicide. Durkheim used the term social suicide rate to refer to the number of deaths in a given society and the pattern of suicide in a given society. Let's take 2 minutes break. After that, we will continue. Okay. Uh, okay, so uh, we are discussing suicide. So Durkheim explained he held that the rate of suicide in a society is related to other social institutions like marriage, family, and other religious institutions also. He therefore studied suicide collectively rather than individually. He studied the data. Mm, he studied the data pertaining to suicide on number of suicidal deaths in countries as France, England, Germany, and Denmark, and linked it to social factors. He held that it was a social fact that a particular society exhibited a certain suicide rate, and that is social suicide rate led to a sociological study of suicide as distinct from a psychological study. Durkheim explained various forms of suicide by looking at how individuals are able to develop bonds in society and how individuals are regulated by society. He described the egoistic and altruistic suicide by referring to the level of social integration of individuals. Examined the economic and fatalistic suicide by referring to the level of social regulation of individuals because of the weakening of the social bonds. The individual detach themselves from society. Individual turn towards themselves and individual goals dominate over social goals. The bonds of the individual with familial, religious, and political institutions are weakened, and they depend upon themselves more. Egoistic suicide results from the absence of social bonds and the loosening of attachment of individuals to groups in society. For instance, Durkheim held that family life creates duties and obligations towards society and greater bonding with an institution outside of oneself. This has a restraining influence of suicide, definitely. It has a restraining influence on suicide. Durkheim held that family life creates duties and obligations towards society and greater bonding with institution outside of oneself. This has a restraining influence on suicide. The polar opposite of egoistic suicide is altruistic suicide, in which individuals are excessively integrated with society and give up their life for society. Durkheim studied tribal societies to understand this form of suicide. For example, military soldiers in the battlefield give up their lives for the service of nation state. Similarly, in earlier Hindu society, widows became sati and sacrificed their lives on death prayer of the husband. In such cases, individuals are obliged to give up their lives for society and are socially honored to do so. The third form of suicide, mm, mm, yes, the third form of suicide which Durkheim analyzed was economic suicide, which occurs when there is a weakening of social regulation. For instance, in times of economic prosperity or hardship, there may be an increase in levels of economic suicide. The society sets goals and wants for individuals that are unattainable. Individuals may become disappointed, and this reflects society's failure to regulate wants. This form of suicide occurs when wants are unbridled and the economy dominates over other institutions in society. Also, there is no justificatory mechanism as religion for the specific placement individuals within the social order. The fourth form of suicide is the fatalistic suicide, which occurs where individuals are excessively regulated by society. The frame explains this type of suicide by referring to the case of suicide by slaves. So, so this is so 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 that thing he was mostly interested in the study of suicide as there was increase in the number of suicide with the coming of industrialization in 1850. So once again I'm repeating it. So Europe, so that is in Europe. So industrialization led to increased individualism in society and the decrease of social integration. So suicide was attributed to individual phenomenon like nervous disorder or alcoholism. So Durkheim held that suicide could not be explained by individual or psychological factors, but it should be explained by analyzing the link between social institutions and the individual. In order to study suicide, Durkheim analyzed suicide rates from different European countries. So Durkheim was aware that experimental method could not be applied to the social sciences. It could not be applied to the social sciences as it was in the natural sciences. Therefore, he undertook a causal analysis of suicide. So Durkheim used the term social fact. He used the term social fact or used the term social suicide rate to refer to the number of details in a given society and the pattern of suicide in a given society. He held that he held that the rate of suicide in a society is related to other social institutions like marriage, family, and religious institutions. He therefore studied suicide collectively rather than individually. He studied the data on number of suicidal deaths in countries like France, England, Germany, and Denmark and linked it to social factors. He held that it was a social fact that a particular society exhibited a certain kind of suicidal rate. That, that is, social suicide said that to a sociological study of suicide are distinct from a psychological study. Durkheim explained various forms of suicide by looking at how individuals are able to develop bonds in society and how individuals are regulated by society. He described the egoistic and altruistic suicide by referring to the level of social integration of individuals. He examined the anemic and fatalistic suicide. He examined the anemic and fatalistic suicide by referring to the level of social regulations of individuals. So that we have discussed it now. So, dear students, so your so today we have completed your course that your social problems in India, uh, that your unit 3, unit 4, unit 5, and unit 6. Unit 3 was with the violence against women, and unit 4 was dealing with the child abuse and child labor, and unit 5 that was dealing with suicide, and unit 6 that was dealing with corruption. So you can refer to the different kinds of books on these units that Ram Ahuja, you can refer to the book Ram Ahuja, that is Social Problems in India, the name of the book. You can also refer to the book Email Durkheim, Suicide. You can also refer to the book that is A. Mabel Elliott and E.F. Merrill, that is Social Disorganization. So also you can refer to the book Trade Robert Good, Five Men Rebels, G.R. Modern's book. Also you can refer Indian Social Problems. B.B. Mohanty's book here, like the Living Dead, farmer suicide in Western India. That also you can refer. That is article. The article was published in the Journal of Vision Studies. You can also refer to the book that Robert K. Martins and Robert Smith's Contemporary Social Problems. So, so, so today we have completed your course, that is Social Problems in India. Now, dear students, it is nearing 1 o'clock. So your course is complete. Social Problems in India Part 1. So it is nearing 1 o'clock. So today we conclude this class here. So thank you, dear students. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. afternoon, dear students. So, we are discussing the different theories of deviance and different theories of criminal behavior. Like Baker, Edwin M. Lemert emphasized the importance of societal reaction to the reaction of others to the deviant. In the explanation of deviance, Lemert distinguishes between primary and secondary kind of deviation. Primary deviation consists of deviant acts before they are publicly labeled. There are probably any number of cases of primary deviation, and it is largely a fruitless exercise to inquire into them for different reasons. Firstly, samples of deviants are based upon those who have been labeled and are therefore unrepresentative. For example, it makes little sense to delve into the background of convicted criminals to find the cause of their deviants without examining criminals who have not been caught. Secondly, many so-called deviant acts may be so widespread as to be normal in statistical terms. Thus, most males may at some time commit a homosexual act, engage in delinquent activities, and so on. In fact, Lemma suggests that the only thing non-deviants probably have in common in the fact that they have been publicly labeled as such. Not only is the source for causes of primary deviation largely fruitless, primary deviation itself is relatively unimportant. Lemmet argues that it has only marginal implications for the status and the psychic structure of the person concerned. Thus, Lemmet suggests that the odd deviant acts has little effect on the individual's self-control, on his status in the community, and does not prevent him from continuing a normal and conventional life. The important factor in producing deviance in societal reaction, the public identification of the deviant, and the consequence of this for the individual concerned. Secondary deviation is the response of the individual or the group to the societal reaction. Lambert argues that studies of deviance should focus on secondary deviation, which is a major consequence for individuals' self-concept, his status in the community, and his future actions. In comparison, primary deviations has little significance. Lambert suggests he also argued that in effect of the original causes of the deviation recede and give away to the central importance of the disproving degradational then and isolating reaction to society. Thus, Lemert claims that societal reaction can be seen as the major cause of deviance. This view, he argues, gives a proper place to social control as a dynamic factor or cause of deviance. In this way, Lemert neatly reverses traditional views of deviance. This blame for deviance lies with the agents of social problems, social control rather than with the deviant. Lemert is particularly convincing in his paper entitled Stuttering Among the North Pacific Coastal Indians, which examines the relationship between societal reaction and deviance. Previous research had indicated a virtual absence of stuttering among North American Indians. Indeed, most tribes did not even have a word for this approach, irregularity. However, Lemmer's investigation of deviance in various tribes living in North Pacific coastal area of British Columbia revealed evidence of stuttering both before and after contact, which defined concepts of stutterers and stuttering. It is particularly significant that their inland neighbors, the Bannock and Sune, had no words for stuttering, and research using a large-scale sample of members of these tribes found no evidence of actual stuttering. The North Pacific coastal Indians have a rich ceremonial life uh, involving singing, dancing, and speech making. Their legends and stories are filled with reference to famous orators and outstanding speeches. From an earliest age, children are initiated into ceremonial life, and parents stress the importance of a faultless performance. There are rigorous and exacting standards to be met Rituals must be performed exactly as they should be. If they do not meet these standards, children shame their parents and suffer the ridicule of their peers. In particular, there is a highly developed sensitivity to any speech defect. Children and parents alike are anxious about any speech irregularity and respond to do it with guilty and shame. Lemert concludes that mm, uh, mm, stuttering is actually produced by societal reaction. The concern that the reaction to speech irregularities actually creates them. He argues that culture, both past and present, scheme are favorable to the development of stuttering, that stutterers were and still are socially penalized. Their parents tended to be specifically concerned or anxious about the speech development of their children. Their children were anxious about the ritual performances involving solo verbal behavior. In other American Indian societies, which were concerns were largely absent, stuttering was unknown. Thus, Lemert argues that societal reaction promoted by a concern about particular form of deviance can actually produce those forms of deviance. Aaron V. Estoril, the negotiation of justice. So far, the interactionist studies of deviance have been largely concerned with societal reaction to the deviant. Once, once he has been labeled upon Aaron V. Sherrill, important study entitled The Social Organization of Juvenile Justice, looks at the actual process of defining deviance. It examines the interaction between the potential deviant and the agents of social control to discover exactly how the way the level deviant is applied to particular individuals. Searle's research is based on an investigation of the treatment of delinquency in two Californian cities. The process of defining a youth person as a delinquent is not simple, clear, cut, and unproblematic. It is complex, involving a series of interactions based on states of meaning held by the participants, meaning which can be modified during the interactions so that each stage in the process is negotiable. So wait for 2 minutes. We'll take a 2 minute break, and after that we'll start. So the process of defining a young person, uh, uh, a young person as delinquent is not simple, clear cut, and unproblematic. It is very complex, involving a series of interactions based on sets of meaning held by participants, meaning which can be modified during the interaction. So that each stage is a process of negotiation. The first uh, is the decision by the police to stop and interrogate an individual. This decision is based on meanings held by the police of what is suspicious, strange, unusual, and wrong. Such meanings are related to popular geographical areas. Inner city, low income areas are seen as bad areas with high crime rates. Consequently, behavior in such areas is more likely to be viewed as suspicious. Interrogations need not lead to arrest. The process is negotiable but depends largely on the picture held by the police of the typical delinquent. Appearance, if the appearance, language, and demeanor of the young person fits this picture, he is more likely to be arrested. Once arrested, the young person is handed over to a juvenile officer, a probation officer. Like the police, he too has a picture of the typical delinquent. If the boy's background corresponds to this picture, he is more likely to be charged with an offense. Factors assumed to be associated with delinquents include coming from broken homes, exhibiting bad attitudes towards authority, poor school performance, ethnic group membership, low income families, and the like. It is not therefore surprising that Cyril found a close relationship between the social class and delinquency. Most young people convicted of offences had fathers who were manual workers. On a seven class on a seven class occupational scale, Cyril found that one third Cyril found that one third come from class 7. He explains the preponderance of working class delinquents by referring to the meaning held by the police and juvenile officers and the interaction between them and the juveniles. When a middle class juvenile was arrested, there was less likelihood of his being charged with an offense. His background did not fit the standard picture of the delinquent. His parents were later able to negotiate successfully on his behalf. Middle class parents can present themselves as respectable and reasonable people from a nice neighborhood who look forward to a rosy future of their child. They promise cooperation with the juvenile officer, assuring him that their offspring is suitable, remorseful. As a result, the middle class juvenile is often defined as ill rather than criminal, as accidentally straying from the path of righteousness rather than committed to wrongdoing, as cooperative rather than recalcitrant, as having a real chance of reforming rather than being a born loser. Is typically counseled, warned, and released. Thus, in Cyril's words, what ends up being called justice is negotiable. Cyril based his research on two Californian cities, each with a population of around 1 lakh. The socio-economic characteristics of the two populations were similar in terms of structural theories. The number of delinquents produced by the pressure of the social structure should be similar in each city. However, Shirol found a significant difference in the number of delinquents arrested and charged. He argued that this difference can only be accounted for by the size, organization, policies, and practices of the juvenile and police bureau. For example, the city with the highest rate of delinquency employed more juvenile officers and kept more detailed records on offenders. In the second city, the delinquents were rated. Delinquency rate fluctuated sharply. Sikor argues that in these cities, the response of the police to delinquency tends to be quite variable depending on publicity given to the case by the local paper or the pressure generated by the mayor or chief or captain or detectives. The societal reaction can be seen to directly affect the rate of delinquency. Shirol argued that delinquents are produced by the agencies of social control. Certain individuals are selected, processed, and labeled as deviant. Justice is the result of negotiation in the interaction process. The production of delinquents is also dependent on the ways in which police and juvenile bureaus are organized. Their, uh, their policies Their policies and the pressure from social media and politicians that are brought to bear on them. In view of these observations, Sequoial questions structural and subcultural theories of deviance, which see deviance as a product of pressure from the social structure. It is a product from the social structure. Uh, in view of these observations, several questions structural and subcultural theory of deviance, which see deviance as a product of pressure from the social structure. We conclude that the study of challenges challenge the conventional views which assumes delinquents are natural, social type, distributed in some ordered fashion and produced by a set of abstract pressures from the social structure. Then, Irving Goffman, Deviance and the Institution. In general, interactionists view the various institutions for the treatment of deviance, the prison, mental hospitals, and reform schools, as further a set of links in a long chain of interaction which confirm the level of deviance both for the individuals who are labeled and for society as a whole. In a series of trend-setting essays, Irving Goffman examined the treatment of mental patients in institutions. He argued that although the stated aim of such institutions is to cure and rehabilitate, a close examination of interaction patterns within the institution reveals a very different picture. Hoffman is particularly concerned with how, by a series of interactions, pressure is placed upon the inmate to accept the institution's definition of himself. Upon entry, he begins a series of abasement, degradations, humiliations, and profanities of self. His self is systematically, if often unintentionally, mortified. This mortification process strips the inmate of the various supports which help to maintain his former self-concept. Often his clothes, an important symbol of identity, are removed. His possessions, a further symbol of identity, may be taken away and stored for the duration of his stay. He may be washed, disinfected, and his haircut. He may then be issued with a new identity kit, such as regulations, clothes, and toilet articles. Such standardized items tend to remove individuality and define the inmate simply as a member of a uniform mass. Once the entry phase is over, the inmate settles down to an endless round of mortifying experiences. Each day is strictly timetabled into a set of compulsory activities controlled by the staff. The patient is allowed little freedom of movement, few opportunities to show initiative or take decisions. Throughout his stay, his actions are scrutinized and assessed by the staff in terms of the rules and standards which they have set. Many of these regulations can be degrading. For example, in some mental hospitals, a spoon is the only utensils provided for the patient to eat with. Government summarizes what mental hospitals in particular and the treatment institutions in general say to the inmate about himself. In the mental hospital, the setting and house rules press home to the patient that he is, after all, a mental case who has suffered from some kind of social collapse on the outside, having failed in some over all the way, and that there he is of little social weight, being wholly capable of acting like full-fledged person at all. Not surprisingly, inmate in treatment institutions become anxious as their day of release approaches. Or at the best, they have not been prepared for life on the outside. At worst, they have accepted the institution's definition of themselves as helpless deviants. A small minority become institutionalized. They believe themselves unable to function in the outside world. Linked to the security of the institutions and go to great lengths to remain outside. Despite this, Goffman argued that the effects of the institution upon the majority of inmates are not usually lasting. There is a period of temporary disalteration, which means that the former inmate must be learn some of the basic research for living in the household world. However, the most lasting and important consequence is the level ex-mental patient or ex-convict. This, rather than the experience of being inside, makes re-entry into conventional society difficult. Often reaches the rather pessimistic conclusion that many treatment institutions seem to function merely as a storage dumps for instance, inmates like societal reaction in general. Treatment institutions serve to reinforce rather than reduce deviance. Deviance and the interactionist perspective, criticism, the interactionist view. The interactionist view of deviance has provoked strong criticism. Partly critics argue that interactionism fails to explain the origin of deviant acts, it starting with the label it provides no way of explaining the actions of the individual rather before he was labeled deviant. Even accepting the labeling and social reaction as important factor in an explanation of deviance, critics argue that deviant activity is not simply created by the label. Why, for example, do certain individuals smoke marijuana in the first place and others do not? Lamar's example, why do particular members of Indian tribes in British Columbia started and why are the vast majority free from this irregularity? From an interactionist perspective, there seems to be no pressure on particular individual to deviate. There is no indication of the motivation of the deviance. Thus, David Wardua states the process of developing deviance seems all societal response and no deviant stimulus. The interactionist approach tends to picture that deviant as having no awareness, then his action could be a reason as deviant until he or she stopped in his tracks by labeling. So, the interactionists tend to give the impression that members of society do not see behavior as deviant until it is officially labeled as such. Okay, we'll continue our discussion within a minute. Okay, so we'll continue our discussion now. The interactionist approach tend to give a impression that uh, members of society do not see behavior as deviant until it is officially labeled as such. Jack Gibbs argues. Jack Gibbs. Uh, Jack Gibbs argues that if this view were carried to its logical conclusion, it would result in a police officer saying or thinking, "This individual has committed a criminal act because I arrested him." Gibbs argues that the interactionists tend to lose sight of the fact that there are social norms, that deviance is behavior that breaks them, and that members of society perceive reality in terms of such norms. Thus, an individual who breaks social norms will be denied as deviant whether or not he has been officially labeled as such. Finally, it is argued that the interactionists fail to fully explain societal reaction to deviance. Why, for example, do the police and the juvenile officers in civil study have particular meanings and definition of deviance which led them to label some individuals and not others? Why are some activities regarded as deviant in a particular society and not others? Why, for example, it is marijuana smoking against the law? To answer such questions, it is important to know who makes the rules for what purpose. This involves an analysis of the distribution of power and the nature of decision making in society. Such a question from the major focus. Uh, uh, so though the so so now we relate deviance and power. So here we'll examine the following different questions. Who makes the rules? First, for those for whose benefits are they made, and how are the rules enforced? These questions involve a consideration of the nature of the distribution of different of different. So now we'll address these different questions. So uh, these questions involve a consideration of the failure and a distribution of uh, power in society and link the study of deviance directly to the study of power and politics. So here we'll also discuss about the Maxian perspective on deviance and power. First, let us see the deviance and power from a functionalist perspective. Functionalists begin their analysis of the relationship between deviance and power by assuming that there is there is a value consensus in society. This consensus represents an agreement by members of society on deeply held values. From a functionalist perspective, deviance consists of those acts which depart from shared values. Thus, Durkheim defines crime as an act which offend strong and definite states of the collective conscience. The law is therefore is a reflection of society's value consensus, a translation of shared values into legal statutes, translating shared values into action. Their power is therefore seen as legitimately authority as just, right, and proper because it is based on the value consensus of members of society. The operation of the law benefits society as a whole because deviances must be kept no in check and shared values must be maintained. As noted so Durkheim argues that punishment under the law serves to heal the wounds done in the collective sentiments. It restores shared values to their required strength and therefore contributors to the maintenance and well-being of society. So many functionalists adopt a rebellion. Many functionalists adopt a version of the pluralist view of the nature and the distribution of power in advanced capitalist society. Interest groups and political parties are seen to represent the interest of various groups. Uh, uh, yeah, various groups in society, political decisions, and legal statistics. Legal statutes also account of and compromise between these interests. So the state does not consistently favor particular groups but represents society as a whole. So William Chamberlain summarized the particular view of the relationship of power and the law as follows. The law represents the interest of society at large by mediating between competing interest groups. Okay, so Okay. So, now we'll discuss deviance and power from a interactionist perspective. The interactionist, uh, the the interactionists have made two important contributions to an understanding of the relationship between deviance and power. Firstly, they have questioned the functionalist view of value consensus by suggesting that there is no general agreement about what constitutes deviance. Secondly, they have shown that definitions of deviance are related to power. Yeah. Secondly, they have shown that definitions of deviance are related to the power of the actors involved in the interaction situation. However, their concentration on the interaction process itself largely prevents an analysis of the nature and distribution of power in society as a whole. In fact, when they consider the general relationships between power and deviance, writers such as Baker and Lemert move away from the interactionist perspective. In his criticism of Morton, uh, Edwin Lemert, Edwin Lemert has argued that uh, rejects the idea of value consensus. It describes various situations in which definitions of deviance do not reflect the consensus of society as a whole, but rather the views of the powerful. This is particularly obvious in colonial situation where a ruling elite applies its own laws to a conquered majority. Such laws often contradict the norms and values of the native population, which can result in individuals being defied as criminals simply by following their traditional norms. Lemert makes a similar point about multicultural societies, such as the USA, which contain a large number of ethnic groups, each with its own subculture. Simply by acting in terms of the norms and values of their particular subculture, members of ethnic groups can be defined as criminals in terms of American law. Lamart has gives the example of American Indians who are prosecuted for breaking fish and game laws. Yet their behavior is neither deviant nor criminal in terms of their traditional culture. The same applies to Mexican migrants to the USA who often see common law marriage, statutory rape, sexual intercourse with female under 16 years, the use of marijuana and carrying concealed weapons as normal and acceptable behavior. Remark concludes that criminal deviation in the ethnic minorities can be explained in the same way as conforming amount of members of the dominant population segment, that is, by reference to the traditionally patterned values and norms. Thus, Lemert rejects the idea that value consensus is a multicultural society, such as USA, suggests that definition of crime and deviance should reflect the views of the powerful. Like Lemert, Becker questions the idea of value consensus. He claims that people are in fact always forcing their rules on others, applying them more or less against the will and without the consent of other people. In particular, he suggests that in the West, the world makes rules for young, men for women, whites for blacks, Anglo-Saxon Protestants for ethnic minorities, the middle class for working class. In place of value consensus, we can argue that rule reflects power. He stressed that those groups whose social position gives them weapon and power are best able to enforce their rules. Such groups have the power to impose the definition of crime and deviance on the less powerful. The interactionists raise the question of the relationship between power and deviance, but do not really answer it. They provide interesting suggestions, but top, short, and detailed analysis of the nature of power and deviance in society as a whole. In practice, they have concentrated on the actual drama in society. actual drama of interaction. They have tended to deal with particular agencies of social control, such as courts, the police, and the juvenile bureau, and examine the creation of deviance in this context. But as Jock Young argues, it is not the criminal nor even the administration of crime, but in the final analysis, the system itself that must be investigated. Thus, the relationship between deviance and power must be examined in the context of the social system as a whole. So, we'll take a 2 minute break. After that, we'll continue. So, continue to our discussion. Sociologists such as William Chambliss, Milton Mancock, Frank Pierce, and Jock Young argues that only Marxian perspective can deal adequately with the relationship between power and deviance in a society. From this viewpoint, power is held by those who own and control the forces of production. The superstructure reflects the relationship between the powerful and the relatively powerless, the ruling and the subject classes. As part of the superstructure, the state, the agencies of social control, the law, and the definitions of deviance in general reflect the and serve the ruling class interest. As an instrument of the ruling class, the state passes law which support ruling class interest, maintain its power and correct and coerce and control subject classes. Marxian views uh, Marxian views on the role of the state. So laws that are not an expression of the value consensus but reflection of the ruling class ideology, they sought to legitimate the use of ruling class power. Thus, a general commitment to laws by members of society as a whole is an aspect of false class consciousness, since in practical, laws benefits only the ruling minority. This view and their implications will now examine that one: who makes the law and who benefits. From a Marxian perspective, laws are made by the state, which represents the interest of the ruling class. Perhaps the stronger evidence in support of this view is provided by William Chambliss' analysis of the imposition of English law in East African colonies. Chambliss argued that the entire history of colonial law legislation is that of a dominant social class defining as dominant those act which is served their economic interests so as to define. In East India, a British established large tea, coffee, and social plantation to raise cash crops. Food. The plantation needed a plentiful supply of cheap labor to operate profitably. To force the native Africans to work, the colonial rulers instituted a tax which could only be paid by working for wages on the plantation. Non-payment of the taxes was a criminal offense, punishable by fine, corporate punishment, and imprisonment. Wages was maintained at a low level since higher wages could enable the applicants to pay the tax and return to their villages without working throughout the growing season. Thus, by a legal device, the plantation owners obtained a plentiful supply of cheap wage laborer. So then, Chambliss argued that the vagrancy laws of the medieval England served a similar purpose. Uh, the first vagrancy statute enacted in 1349 made it illegal to provide assistance in the form of money, made it illegal to provide assistance in the form of money, food, or shelter to beggars. The statute also stated that any unemployed person should be required to work if an employer so wished. If, if he argues that vagrancy statutes were introduced as a response on the uh, mm, response to the Black Death, a place which included the labor force itself first, feudal landowners resorted to the law in an attempt to make good this because they proved an efficient means of controlling labor and provided a steady and cheap supply of workers. Many sociologists have noted that the large number of laws leveling with property in capitalist society. For example, Herman Manning writes the history of criminal legislation in England and many other countries shows that excessive nominee was given by the law to the protection of property. According to William Chambliss, such abol- uh, such laws were largely such laws were largely unnecessary in feudal societies where land, unmovable property was the main source of wealth, and landowners were the undisputed master of the economic resources of the country. However, the increasing importance of trade and commerce, which involve movable property and the eventual replacement of feudal property interest of the emerging capitalist class. Cambridge argues that the heart of a capitalist economic system is the protection of private property, which is by definition a cornerstone upon which capitalist economy functions. It is not surprising then to find that criminal laws reflect the basic concern. So then, at first sight, appears difficult to apply the view that laws are ruling class interest or to legislation designated to protect the consumer against private enterprise. Uh, Okay, we'll coming back. We'll coming back within a minute. Okay, so coming back to our discussion, many sociologists have noted that the large number of laws dealing with property in capitalist society, for example, Herman Manheim writes the history of criminal legislation in England and many other countries show that excessive prominence was given by law to the protection of property. According to William Chambliss, such laws were largely unnecessary in feudal societies where land unmovable property was the main source of wealth and landowners were the undisputed master of the economic resources of the property. However, the increasing importance of trade and commerce, which involves movable property, and eventual replacement of feudalism by capitalism resulted in a vast number of laws protecting the property instead of the emerging capitalist class. Chambliss argues that the heart of capitalist economic system is the protection of private property, which is by definition the cornerstone upon which a capitalist economies function. It is not surprising then to find that criminal law reflects this basic concept. At first sight, it appears difficult to apply the view that laws serve ruling class interest to legislation designated designed to protect the consumer against private enterprise. In all advanced capitalist societies, there are laws apparently framed in personal interest, which provide the state with powers to control industry and commerce. Yet it can be argued that many such laws not only serve ruling class interests but are often shaped and promoted by the very groups whose power they are supposed to curb. Gabriel Pulko studies on the development of laws regulation, the meat packing and railroads industries in the USA illustrate these points. At the turn of the century, hygiene standards in the meat packing industry were appealing. This resulted in illness to the consumer and the loss of European export markets. With the support of the major companies, sanitation laws were introduced to control meat processing and packing. Volko argues that this support motivated by self-interest rather than by concern for health and consumer profits of the larger companies. Has been declining due to fast competition from small companies which undercut their prices. This new legislation increased the cost of the meat processing, which resulted in many smaller companies going out of business because of the volume of their output. The increased production cost to the larger companies were relatively small. Thus, a neat legal device largely eliminated competition from small firms, regained export markets, and increased profit margin. Polko applies a similar argument to state intervention in the railroad industry. During the first half of the 19th century, profits in the railroad industry were declining rapidly, and many firms went bankrupt. So competition was intense and firms were undercutting each other in desperate bids for larger share of the market. The major railroad companies approached the state requesting legislation to govern the industry. Laws were passed fixing standard prices which guaranteed profits to the industry. The official jurisdiction of this legislation was that it would prevent monopolies. In practice, it did just the opposite. It favored the larger companies by preventing smaller firms from undercutting their prices and so reduced competition. A more recent example of ruling class control of legislation is provided by James Graham's study of the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act passed by Nixon administration in 1970. Attempts were made to place greater controls on the manufacture and supply of amphetamine known as illegal drugs. Circle is speed. Uh, amphetamine is a stimulant which, if taken in large quantities, can do considerable harm. Over 90% of amphetamine on the illicit market was legally manufactured by the large drug corporations. Graham claims that due to pressure placed on politicians by the drug corporations, uh, attempts to place stricter control on amphetamine manufacture and distribution failed. Graham concluded that the end result is a national policy which declares at, on all our out war on drugs which are not a source of corporate income. His conclusion is echoed by Senator Eagleton, who maintained that public welfare uh, takes place takes second place to corporation profits. Eagleton states that when the profit were down, the power of the drug companies was simply more compelling. So we have discussed that the law is an instrument of the ruling class used to maximize its profit, control its workforce, and further argue that although laws are strongly biased in favor of capitalist interest, they do contain within them gains and concessions wrested from bourgeois by the labor movement. Thus, it can be argued that law guaranteeing the existence of trade unions and their right to strike and legislation protecting the health and safety of people at work represent gains by the subject class. However, Frank Pierce argues that many such laws benefit both uh, ruling and subject classes. Factory legislation protecting the health and safety of workers provides an example. Please write the majority of laws in Britain, America work in favor of the capitalists. Yet many laws do also benefit the other social classes, not only because the system needs a healthy, safe population of producer and consumer, but also because it needs their loyalty. Uh, then the uh, so we have discussed that laws are directly instituted and promoted by the ruling class. There is, though considerable evidence against this view, government bureaucracies and interest groups are important source of law, but from a Marxian perspective, the law is generally support ruling class interest, no matter what its source it be. As Polanja has argued, the state can but not uh, as Polanja has argued, the state can most effectively represent the ruling class when the members of that class do not directly govern. From this viewpoint, government bureaucracies can be expected to act independently from direct ruling class control and to make initiative. Marijuana is the USA marijuana legislation in the USA provides with an example. mm, The Federal Narcotics Bureau was largely responsible for the Marijuana Tax Act 1937 and since that date has initiated much of the legislation prohibiting the use and sale of marijuana. So this action can be interpreted as supporting the interest of the ruling class. So Jack Young argues that marijuana use is associated with the groups such as hippies, which can be seen as a threat to capitalism. Hippies reject the work ethics, achievements, motivation, and materialism, all of which can be seen as essential to capitalism. So they regard the American dream as a nightmare, a view which can threaten to unveil false class consciousness. Marijuana laws can be seen as a useful device for discrediting them and therefore their views. So now time is 2 o'clock, dear students. So we'll continue this discussion in our next class. So thank you, dear students. So we conclude our class here. So thank you.